Okay, Shalom Israel. Throughout for tuning in. First, I hope y'all tuned into class last night. It was really good, really informative. If y'all missed it, take the time to check it out. Shout out Cabo Cobb, LA Judah. Shout out to isbhpk Houston, isbhpk Rochester, New York, isbhpk Norfolk, Virginia. Hope y'all are doing right. Just as a reminder, we will be attending the Passover in Norfolk, Virginia, April 9th. Okay, April 9th is the gathering date, Norfolk, Virginia. Make sure you guys set your clocks, alarms, get your plane tickets, or set up your arrangements, whether you're going to be driving or whatever the case is. Get yourself set up because we'll be going down there during that period of time. And we also will be having a second Passover in San Antonio, April 14th. For those of y'all who cannot make that trip to Virginia, we'll be having a second Passover in San Antonio, May 14th. So for those of y'all who cannot make it, we will have a second one there for y'all in San Antonio. Okay. What we're going to do now is send up our prayers so we can sit back here and get our Sabbath day set up for today. Shalom, shalom, everybody online. Hope everybody's having a Tawaf Shabbat. Hopefully we get to see you guys very soon in the next few months. It'll be a good time to catch up with all of our brothers and sisters scattered abroad North America. So, y'all ready?
Yeah.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nothing to know. Award. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nothing to know. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nothing to know. Shabbat. B'Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, All, Pahoya, Ma'aya, Yabua'a, Isaiah, Yabua'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemaya, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Rogalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashimaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashem, Shashimamah, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tezalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashimash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashimaya, Makol, Rad, Yashimaya, Apasha, Yahweh, Yashimaya, Hamalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ay, Amalam, Amen.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yahshua shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Let's replace some of that. I got it. Abano, Shabbat Shemaya, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak with Ka, Sabbath, Ratizaka, Hayah, Aisha, Baratiza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemaya, Natan Lanel, Lachom, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachno, Chawabatino, Kasalachno, Chawabatino, Wala'ah, Fabia Noah, Bonasai 1, Abo, Hoshano, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Laka, Amalekwa, Ma'ara, Ma'ara, Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
2. La'ah, Tha'aina, Laka, Basal, Wala'ah, Tha'ibado.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Sorry, it's my fault. Number 3. La'ah, Tha'lachwacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Tharatazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Tha'aina, Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Thachamat, Ko, Asherah, La'ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
How Nothing to know.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Okay. Israel Yeshabia.
Everybody seat. Take seats.
I was reading. You're supposed to put sand in there, and it eliminates the smoke, and it still burns.
Oh wow. Okay.
Put a little sand there. Or salt. He says, no, this is salt or sand.
It's salt because sand.
It's salt. It's salt. It was salt. He said put salt in there first, then put the incense on top and then eliminate the smoke.
Wow. Okay. That's the answer.
Well, I like the smoke. The smoke's cool with me.
I don't know about the smoke.
Not smoke in general.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
I'm like, we'll make sure I'm clarifying myself.
Hear the smoke. No, I'm always breathing it in. So I'm like, man, is this good for me? Is this bad for me?
I just remember when I was when I first came into truth, the brother who was teaching in LA, he taught in his house, and the whole house was just, it was smoky. And I knew I was in class because that smell was in my jacket for like a whole week. And it reminded me that's what class is supposed to be like. That's why I guess I'm partial to it. When I first came in, these were the smells that always would be around me. So that's what's up, man. Anyway. But I don't know if there's any like scientific proof
I don't know if
that
there's any,
smoke.
anything's gonna happen. Like, you know.
Give you the black lung or
I'm
something
like,
like that.
that's what I'm
I
saying,
have the
bro.
black lung. So, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go into is where did we leave off last? We're in. Okay, now I know where we're at. Okay, we went last week was when Jehu was avenging the seed and genealogy of Ahab, and this was the time Jehu took out Jehoram with an arrow right through his chest, right through his heart to be specific. Then he also took out the king Ahaziah from the southern kingdom of Judah. He killed him also, and he wiped out the entire Ahab family line of the northern kingdom. And they took out Jezebel. So in order of succession, it was Jehoram, Ahaziah, Jezebel, and then all the men seed of Ahab in one fatal swoop. And they executed the judgment that the Most High had prophesied was going to happen to Ahab's lineage in 1 Kings chapter 19 when the Most High was talking to Elijah. He said the people that Jehu doesn't take out, Hazael of Syria would be taking out. And we're going to read about how Hazael is just giving all of Israel fits and giving us a lot of problems. Actually, we read about that. Let's do this. Go to 2 Kings 10 and 32 to get started. Yeah, I just want to make sure we kind of like lead into this properly. 2 Kings 10 verse 32 down to verse 36. And what was you going to say, though? Yeah.
It's just for young men that are trying to learn the Bible, you're getting the opportunity, a golden opportunity, to get the Bible from Genesis all the way to Revelation, pretty much. We're going chapter by chapter from Genesis 1 all the way to here.
Now we are going to do some skipping. I just want to make sure when I go in heavy prophecy.
Yeah, but
yes.
For the most part,
yes,
we're going every chapter. All right, for the most part. So the issue is, if you really want to learn the Bible, and you're really zealous to learn, it's of your own benefit to take the time to catch the Sabbath classes. We have about 104, I think, Sabbaths alone, right?
I don't know about that one. We have a lot.
Yeah, we have a lot of Sabbaths, bro.
Yep.
So if you catch up on the Sabbaths, you're gonna have crystal clear understanding of the Bible unto the point of the story point, and all the different lines of information. It's very important, bro.
And what's going to happen is the things written aforetime are truly written for your learning. For those of us who aspire to lead, for those of us who aspire to be for longevity in the truth, though you really need these historical lessons, because you're going to start seeing parallels in different men, different brothers, different type of leadership styles, different strengths and weaknesses amongst all the people that you work with. This is why every king had a different fatal flaw, a different character tweak to him. That was the cause of their quote-unquote spiritual downfall. It's important to learn. One of the best lessons we can learn is from other people, so that we can sit back here and avoid the mistakes ourselves and avoid us dealing with the consequences of those actions. That's another reason why it's important for us to sit back here and take to heart all of these lessons.
Well, because men, the truth is, there's nothing new under the sun, and nothing changes. Men's characteristics, men's character flaws, men's personalities. Time changes, but men don't change. Men are doing the same thing today that they were doing back then, 2,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago. So you could see a revolution of habits, of attributes, of mistakes, of thought processes. All these things are on repeat. So if you see it then, you could apply it now today. It makes it relevant today.
No doubt. So let's get back. We talked about, as a matter of fact, let's start off with 2 Kings chapter 10 in verse 28, because it gives the kind of a summation. No, let me see. No, we'll do 32. We talked about how Jehu took out Jehoram, king of the northern kingdom. Then it was Ahaziah, the king of the southern kingdom. Then we took out Jezebel, He had the eunuchs threw her out of the second or third story building. She died. Then we read about how all of the sons of Jehoram, or the sons of Ahab, all his genealogies got wiped out. All the princes, right?
They made a mountain of skulls.
Yep, and they put it in two wicker. They put it in wicker baskets and loaded it on the sides of the front of them. The entering of Samaria. So the message was sent. The Most High's vengeance was executed on His time, not our time. It took literally the end of Elijah's life, and towards the tail end of Elisha's life before this happened, before all of Ahab's genealogies were taken out. So where we're at now is 2 Kings 10 verse 32. Let's get that done real quick.
2 Kings chapter 10 verse 32.
Yep.
In those days, the Lord began to cut Israel short.
This is when the Most High started cutting the northern kingdom short. It was time for the Most High to start prepping, breaking them down, breaking down their military base, breaking down their strength, breaking down their riches. He's starting to cut their time short. So now he's strengthening Hazael to gather his forces to give Israel problems. Remember Elisha, when he told Hazael he was going to be the king, he started breaking down in tears? Mm-hmm. Because he knew that was the beginning of the end. Hazael coming into power was the beginning of the end of the northern kingdom. And that's why he was in such great distress. So now we're here. Hazael is starting to wipe out Israel on the east side of Jordan. Read on.
And Hazael smote them in all the coast of Israel, from Jordan eastward, all the land of Gilead, the Gadites and the Reubenites and the Manassites, from Oror, which is by the river Arnon, even Gilead and Bashan.
So this is the beginning of them infiltrating and taking out the entire east, and they're working themselves west. They're working themselves to the other coast. Okay? So he's starting to break down the infrastructure of the northern kingdom. Read on.
Now the rest of the acts of Jehu, and all that he had did, and all the might, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the king of Israel? And Jehu slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Samaria. And Jehoahaz, his son, reigned in his stead. And the time that Jehu reigned over Israel in Samaria was 28 years.
So listen, now as we go into chapter 11, chapter 10 just gives a summation of Jehu's time. We're in chapter 11. Jehu was still in power. This is freshly right after Jehu took out Ahaziah, the king of the north, or king of the south, and Jehoram, king of the north. Okay, this is freshly right after this is happening. So now give me, huh? Huh? That's right. Just a little bit. Still chewing out loud.
Yoab, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasha'ala.
Yahweh, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yehoda, Ban Yashal. Yahweh, Shem Yahshua.
Yahawah, Shem Yahshua Barakatham.
Yes, Shabbatah. Alright, so where we're at, chapter 11, Jehu's in power. He's just starting to establish his kingdom in the north. Now we have word from the mother of Ahaziah. What's happening in the south? I'm taking my time because these words and these names can start to get confusing. So, 2 Kings chapter 11, verse 1.
2 Kings chapter 11, verse 1. And when Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah...
So here we go. Athaliah, Salakia, is the mother of Ahaziah. Ahaziah got killed by Jehu. Okay? Now, Athaliah is the wife of Jehoram, the king of the south. It gets confusing because at this period of time, the same names were used for the northern and southern kings. So you had Jehoram, king of the south, and you had Jehoram, king of the north. Okay? Jehoram was the guy in the south. If y'all remember, that was the son of Jehoshaphat. Mm-hmm. Jehoram killed all of his brothers to secure power. even though he was already the firstborn son. And
We
you
had to
can
make sure
tell, but see, it was under the tutelage of Athaliah. Because Athaliah was the one who was in his head, it tells you that in Josephus, and started working his mind to start dealing with idolatry and setting up Baal temples in the southern kingdom. She was the one that was the mastermind behind getting him to start sitting back here and worshiping idols.
And then she got that from her mother.
She got it from her mama. So you can just put two and two together and see how Athaliah was behind Jehoram killing all of Jehoshaphat's sons. Okay, his own brothers. It's the same concept. She was sitting back here and clearing a path only for her husband and her children's line in perpetuity. So now we're here in 2 Kings 11, and Athaliah is just realizing that her son Ahaziah is dead. So now all her heirs are knocked out the box. Jehoram of the south died because he had that sickness.
Yeah.
Remember, he had that sickness and that disease, and his insides are coming out. So this guy had a real jacked up situation happen.
He had hemorrhoids on 10.
On fleek. Hemorrhoids on fleek, guy. He's everything he's laying there like this. So what's the matters of the nation today? His body's on fire. So the point is, he died, and I think if I'm not mistaken, Ethiopians and Hamites came and wiped out their family. The only son that was left was Ahaziah. So now Ahaziah was rolling up. He's in power. It was only in power for a year. Jehu kills him. Now Athaliah is sitting back here realizing, damn, my son is dead. My husband just died. What am I going to do next? Now we're going to sit back and see, does Athaliah cry and mourn the death of her son? Is she in mourning for a month? Hold on a second. What does she do? Read verse 1.
2 Kings chapter 11, verse 1. And when Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the seed royal.
She made a quick ass decision. She made a strong, manly decision.
Yeah.
Instead of sitting back here and mourning and crying and doing what a mother would do, she says, "Well, shit. If my husband's dead, my son's gone, then I'm gonna take the seat of power in Israel. I'm gonna sit back here and wipe out any of the royal seed." Who's the royal seed? It's the lineage of David. She's gonna sit back here and go against the promise the Most High made with David all the way back in, if I'm not mistaken, 2 Samuel, where he said your line is gonna sit back here and rule in perpetuity forever. So she's going, literally, her moves are going straight against prophecy.
Yeah.
What was you gonna say?
I got lost a little bit. You said her husband destroyed. I remember it, her husband killed all her brothers,
Yep.
all his brothers
Mhm.
to get power. This is in the south, right?
Yes.
So this is David's line.
Yep.
So then, wouldn't that only be that he is the last of David's line? So her sons are the last of David's line.
At this particular point,
So the seed that she's killing is her own sons.
no. What she's doing is this. I'm just going to go into that. What's happening is the idea is to destroy all the royal seed. But what people don't understand is the king had other children.
Okay.
The king had other women. Let's make sure I got this clear, or we got this clear. I'm going to jump a little bit. Let's read 2 Kings chapter 12. I will just show when to plug this verse in. We're going to do it this way. 2 Kings chapter 12 verse 1.
2 Kings chapter 12, verse 1.
I'm ready.
In the 7th year of Jehu, Jehoash began to reign.
What we're going to read on in chapter 11 is that there was one son that was remaining. One son that was left that wasn't wiped out of the seed royal. Read on.
And 40 years reigned he in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Ziba of Beersheba.
No, it says Zibiah.
Oh, Zibiah. Slakia. So Zibiah. His mother's name was Zibiah of Beersheba.
So what this proves is that the only child that was left was from another mother that was from Beersheba, which is the southernmost part of Israel's jurisdiction in the south, right? So when she's sitting back here and making a decision to destroy all the royal seed, that means she's sitting back here and trying to take out all of the children that Ahaziah had from different women. Because the king would still have concubines and women that he had on the campus, so to speak. So he was able to raise his children. Get what I mean?
Okay.
And they would sit back here. Obviously the wives or the women who had those children didn't have the same power as the legitimate wife that he had. But he still had children from other women, even though the quote unquote, he didn't have any more royal children from Athaliah. Right?
I got Ahaziah being son of Jehoram.
Mm-hmm.
Jehoram is the son of Jehoshaphat. Jehoshaphat, son of Asa.
Mm-hmm.
Asa, the son of Abijah.
Mm-hmm.
Abijah, the son of Rehoboam. Rehoboam, the son of Solomon.
Yes.
So it's still that lineage that descended out of David.
Yep.
But he's one of the. What you're showing is that he's one of the last ones remaining.
So Ahaziah got killed. Ahaziah gets killed, but Ahaziah has children from other women besides Athaliah. I know this is
So that's like by default because all the other children were killed, so he's reigning by default because he's the last.
okay. Hear me out.
You said Athaliah is the mother, not the husband. Ahaziah is the son of Athaliah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you said Ahaziah had other children.
Ahaziah had other children.
Okay.
Okay. I got it. Okay, you're right. I got it. Okay. That was a Joe Pesci movie years ago, man. Okay. Leo gets. Remember that one? Anyway, the point is this. The words get kind of confusing. Ahaziah was the son of Athaliah, right? Athaliah and Jehoram were husband and wife, and then they lost a lot of their children by the foreign invaders taking their children out. The only son left from Jehoram and Athaliah was Ahaziah.
Okay.
Now Ahaziah didn't have any more. Put it this way. Ahaziah had children.
Okay.
That's here. Ahaziah had children, but her plan was to wipe out all of his children, and her just sit back here and take the throne, so she can maintain the stronghold throughout the nation. I get where the confusion was, the idea that they weren't dealing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she wiped out her grandkids.
Yeah, she was wiping out her grandkids.
Okay.
Like a straight G. So let's go to 2 Kings 11:1 from the top again.
2 Kings.
So she wasn't crying for her son. She wasn't sitting back here crying a river and in sadness and mourning once Ahaziah died. She's sitting back here saying, well, I'm going to wipe out all this royal seed so I can sit back here and take the boss position in the southern kingdom. And this is why the title of the class is Israel's first and only queen, in parentheses. Okay, so let's read it.
2 Kings chapter 11, verse 1. And when Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the seed royal. But Jehoshaphat, the daughter of King Joram, sister of Ahaziah.
Okay, so now, Jehoshaphat was the daughter of King Jehoram, which is the king of the south. So Jehoram died, but some of his daughters remained. His daughter, she was the sister of Ahaziah. Read on.
It says, sister of Ahaziah took Joash, the son of Ahaziah, and stole him from among the king's sons, which were slain. And they hid him, even him and his nurse, in the bedchamber from Athaliah, so that he was not slain.
So they hid him in the bedchamber let's get specific about what this bedchamber was so that he wasn't slain. We're going to read the BKC, which is the Bible Knowledge Commentary, and it's going to be page 560. Let me see. BKC 560. It says, Jehoshaphat, a daughter of Athaliah's husband, King Jehoram, was a sister of King Ahaziah of Judah. She took one of Ahaziah's sons, Joash, and hid him so that he was not put to death with the other children. During Athaliah's reign, this aunt kept the prince safe by hiding him in the temple of the Lord, where her husband Jehoiada served as high priest. So if we look online on the screen, we're going to see that, remember when Solomon's temple was put together? Along the sides of the temple, there was 3 stories that were like for storage on the sides, like on the east, west, and the north. Okay, so it went like this. You get your entrance, and he had 3 stories on either side. It went like this, and that was storage. They hid this baby Joash in the temple, in the storage space, for 7 years. Okay, this was the Most High obviously looking out to maintain and to sustain the genealogy of David, because if this woman would have been able to succeed in this mission, David's lineage would have been wiped out, and the blessing the Most High gave to David would have been annihilated. So what this woman does, her once name was Jehoshaphat. She was the wife of the high priest, Jehoiada. So she kept him in the temple. The funny thing is, Athaliah would have never found the kid in the temple because she didn't freak with the temple. She was she was serving Baal. She was about that Baal's life, so she wasn't going to see a kid there anyway. So it worked out perfectly how they hid the child and protected him from harm. Okay? So, let me see. What's that?
Oh, so we're in verse 3.
Let me see. I'm trying to see. Let's read Antiquities of the Jews, book 9, chapter 7, paragraph 1.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 9, chapter 7, paragraph 1, page 255. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
It says, Now, when Athaliah, the daughter of Ahab, heard of the death of her brother Joram and her son Ahaziah, it says, and of the royal family, she endeavored that none of the house of David might be left alive, but that the whole family might be exterminated, that no king might arise out of it afterward. And as she thought she had actually done it, but one of Ahaziah's sons was preserved, who escaped death after the manner following. Ahaziah had a sister by the same father, whose name was Jehoshaphat, and she was married to the high priest Jehoiada. Salakia. It says she went into the king's palace and found Jehoash, for that was the little child's name, who was not above a year old, among those that were slain, but concealed with his nurse. So she took him with her into a secret bedchamber and shut him up. And she and her husband Jehoiada brought him up privately in the temple 6 years, during which time Athaliah reigned over Jerusalem and the 2 tribes.
So once again, they kept this son, reared him up, taught him the right way, and were buying time to spring him up and put him into position of leadership. But they had to give him time. There couldn't be some baby, the baby king out there. You know what I'm saying, man? They had to give him some time to get raised up, before you just put him in that position.
Golden child.
And just, he shall be king! He's pooping in his pants or something. You can't do that, bro. It's not going to work, man. So they got to sit back and swaddle him and take care of him and train him up in the right ways. And when you see on this screen, you'll see the number 4. That 3-level scenario goes all around the temple. And that's where they were raising him for the 3 years. Okay? Just a heads up. Good. Mm-hmm. So that's what was happening with this child. So you finished with paragraph 1, right?
Okay.
Let's somebody go to 2 Kings 11 and 3 now.
2 Kings chapter 11, verse 3. It said, and he was with her, hid in the house of the Lord 6 years. And Athaliah did reign over the land.
Now listen, Athaliah reigned over the land. They didn't call Athaliah queen, but she was the female queen of the time. She was the ruler of Judah for 7 straight years. For 6-7 years. You know, for that whole period of time, she had jurisdiction over the southern kingdom until someone came in and usurped the authority of this woman. So if there's ever a question like that, yeah, a woman did rule the kingdom. She didn't rightly take the position. She just strong-armed it. She was in a position. It was like some Game of Thrones. This is some Game of Thrones stuff right here, right? This is really, this is not Khaleesi. This is a damn chick that was from Lannister, right? Sitting back here running things in the South. That's what this is. What was her name again? Cersei Lannister. That's what this is. She wasn't supposed to be the leader. She did some old finagling and killing this person, and it's the same thing. You got something on it?
Yeah, he got something in there.
Bookmark. Go back.
Where? Right, this one?
That right there. You can read it. Whatever you want to.
Okay. This is the Women of the Bible book that signifies Athaliah, and it says the meaning is taken away of the Lord, or Jehovah has afflicted. That's what her name means. It says she was the daughter of Ahab and Jezebel, and so was half Israelite, half Phoenician. Yep. And she personified all the evil of her ill-famed parents, and transformed the poison of idolatry into Jerusalem's veins.
Yep.
She was the granddaughter of Omri, the 6th king of Israel, who waded through slaughter to a throne he never inherited. All right. Of this union, Azahiah was born, who with such a revolting figure as a mother, licentious, and the personification of despicable arrogance, never had a chance to develop finer qualities of character, saying that Ahaziah, because of his mother's foolishness, that he was bound to be an inadequate, underdeveloped person within his character.
And this is why Athaliah's husband was the one taking out his brothers. There was no need to take his brothers out. He was the oldest son. Nobody was going to take his position.
No mercy.
But he was following counsel with this wretched woman, because that's what you do to secure power. So she sat back here and tried to secure her power once her son Ahaziah was taken out of power. Just even think about Jezebel. For the fact that Jezebel, before Jehu took her out, she was the grandmother of Jehoram. Yes. But she was still in a position of power and authority, making decisions, pulling strings anyway.
She had a temple.
She had power there still in the northern kingdom. Just like what she's trying to secure in the south. So, we got verse 3. For 6 years, she's running things while this baby is growing. Now, in 2 Chronicles, it gives a lot more depth to the story than in 2 Kings. So we're going to hold this in 2 Kings and jump to 2 Chronicles chapter 22. 2 Chronicles 22, verse 10 through 12. Then we're going to jump into chapter 23, which is where the majority of it comes from.
2 Chronicles chapter 22, verses 10 through 12.
I am ready. There's a lot of bouncing, but we're going to get there. Read that.
But when Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the seed royal of the house of Judah.
And just like an FYI, this is how you kind of put together these two books, Kings and Chronicles. You got to bounce, because one chapter, for instance, Chronicles gives more specifics about the southern kingdom. First Kings, the Kings gives more specifics about the northern kingdom. That's just kind of how it rolls. So Chronicles goes heavier into Judah than Kings does. Okay, this is an FYI. But let's continue in verse 11 now.
Verse 11. 2 Chronicles chapter 22, verse 11. But Jehoshaphat, the daughter of the king, took Joash, the son of Ahaziah, and stole him from among the king's sons that were slain, and put him and his nurse in a bedchamber. So Jehoshaphat, the daughter of King Jehoram, the wife of Jehoiada, the priest, for she was the sister of Ahaziah.
And listen, I'm going to say that's very confusing. You got to study until it makes sense. What's that?
Jehoshaphat, her husband was the priest.
High priest, yes.
Is
Of
high
Levi.
priest. Oh, so he was Levi. Okay, I was trying to correct that. I know the North tribes didn't have Levites in there. So
It's the south. We're in the south now.
Okay.
Don't forget, Chronicles is the south. We're dealing with the southern kingdom right now.
Well, I know that, but I know that Athaliah, she's in the north, right?
No, she's not. Athaliah is in the south. Okay, I'm going to take it back. Remember like 4 weeks ago when we were talking about how Jehoshaphat was messing up?
Yeah.
And how he was getting into bed with Ahab and he was getting too connected with Northern Kingdom.
Yeah.
That process started when Jehoshaphat connected Jehoram, his oldest son, with Athaliah. That's how that whole thing started.
Last week, you're right. Because last week the woman fell out the window and got smashed.
That's Jezebel.
Okay.
That was Athaliah's mama.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, kind of.
So the words get the story gets kind of confusing. This is like a novella. This is like a straight telenovela. It's drama, bro. This is like, because when you watching something like that, if you miss a couple episodes, you're lost.
Yeah, you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
What did El Madre do? What did La Novia do? Oh no, what happened? I missed last week. This is like a telenovela. It really is.
So it twists and turns, man.
There's a lot of twists, especially here. You can see all this chaos and negativity and wickedness. It's craziness going on here.
Yeah, and she being a queen or a ruler of Israel, you know, when you look at the definition of a tyrant, one of the definitions of tyrant is a ruler who seizes power without legal right. Mm-hmm. So she was a queen, but she was really a tyrant.
Thank you, Sam Strokes. Listen, the title was just clickbait, y'all. All right?
Yeah.
That wasn't like there was a queen in Israel.
Yeah.
This is a clickbait app.
Yeah. So it should be Israel's female tyrant.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Just so that we understand. You know, see, here they go the brothers in SOT saying that there was a queen. There was no queen in Israel. There's only princes and princesses. Kind of out of one. We're just saying that's why we put the question mark and the parentheses and all these extra things going on, so we know it's clickbait. Right? It's just to get you to tune in and read at about a period of time when a woman was the head of the South. She was the queen of the South by the TV show. She really was for 6-7 years, but she was just illegitimately, like Sanchuan said, put there. She was a tyrant.
She didn't have legal right to that position.
She just had control of the right military and the right power sources, and there was nobody to justly come up and take her out of that position. That's all. Okay? Thank you, sir. I'm glad you brought that up. Because, you know, people are here, thumbs down, I don't buy this guy.
Yeah. Talking about queen.
Talk about queen. Anyway, so there we go. Let's continue, man.
2 Chronicles chapter 22, verse 12. And he was with them hid in the house of the Most High 6 years. And Athaliah reigned over the land.
So let's go and continue in 2 Chronicles 23. Where want to stop? Verse 1 through 11.
2 Chronicles chapter 23, verse 1. And in the 7th year, Jehoiada strengthened himself and took the captains of hundreds. Azariah, the son of Jehoram, and Ishmael, the son of Hanan, and Azariah, the son of Obed, and
Maaseiah.
Gotcha. Maaseiah, the son of Adiah, and Elishaphat, the son of Zichri, into covenant with him.
He said, listen, man, I got my captains 100. I need some warriors. I need some fighters. And we got to have a covenant. I bleed, you bleed. Listen, what we about to talk about cannot leave this place. Okay? The boy's ready to go. He's 7 years old. I can mentor him from here on out. But now we got to sit back and set up a coup. What we're reading about now is the coup. We're going to sit back and set up this overthrow. So he's got, listen, if you're going to set up an overthrow, you got to have control of what? Military. This is the first thing they're doing. The captains of the armies that he can trust, I got to get some army on my side. So this is what Jehoiada is doing, which is a high priest of Levi. And pretty much what he's doing is everybody who's still about serving the Most High in the army, you got to ride with me. Read on.
Verse 2. It says, and they went about in Judah and gathered the Levites out of all the cities of Judah.
Because the Levites were going to follow Jehoiada, the high priest, regardless. Read on.
And the chief of the fathers of Israel. And they came to Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
And all the congregation made a covenant with the king in the house of the Most High.
They made a covenant with the true king, which is going to be Joash. So they sat back and said, we're going to, pretty much what Jehoiada is doing is, who are you with? I've been stashing the king here in the sanctuary for damn 7 years. Are you with this king, or are you with that woman out there who claims to be the queen? So they sit back here and they all come together and they say, we're going to make a covenant with the king, the rightful king. The reason what justifies him to be king is he's still the blood royal of David. He's the royal seed of David. Read on.
It says, and he said unto them, behold, the king's son shall reign, as the Lord hath said of the sons of David.
There you go. These are the ones that he found that were still loyal to prophecy, loyal to the scriptures. Read on.
This is the thing that ye shall do. A third part of you entering on the Sabbath of the priests and of the Levites shall be porters of the doors.
So what he's saying is that third of you, first of all, what he's saying is this. During the Sabbath time, the reason they chose the Sabbath to be the day that they set this coup up was because on the Sabbath day, it was going to be a double amount of Levites in the temple. Okay. Because on the Sabbath day, you had two different shifts coming in. You had the shift that was about to leave. They ran their shifts of Levites to do the job at the temple on a weekly basis. And they switched the units of Levites on the Sabbath day. So once the Sabbath concluded, the new shifters came in and took over the position.
And stayed for a week.
And then the next shift came in right on Sabbath, but Sabbath was the more crowded of the days anyway. So we chose Sabbath because you'll have larger numbers of Levites to defend the temple and to defend the outside court of the temple in case this thing got bloody. Okay? So he's like, listen, a third of the number of this double unit of Levites are going to be porters at the doors. Okay, now we got this temple entry. They're going to be protecting the outside doors of the temple. And I'm trying to think, there were more doors of the temple. If I can find a good enough image. Give me 1 second, y'all. I can find a good image where there was more doors, because it wasn't just the temple. They were going to guard the outer temple, the outer walls. Maybe right here. We'll use that one. 1 second, y'all. Give me a little. 1 second. Working on it, y'all. Trying to give y'all a picture online so you kind of can see. Is this it?
No, you shouldn't. Well, no, it was one side by side. Mine used to be going up. It was one that you had that was side by side.
It was side by side?
Yeah, it was two. It was another little building over here. It was another picture you had that was. When you go back to the other picture.
Well, until we get that one, y'all can look at that. They had to guard the court too. They had to guard the court. Let me see. This is kind of what I want, because it kind of goes into It's top part. It was the outer court is what they, this is. You had the upper court and the inner court. They had to protect this outer court. Okay, they had to protect the outer court, and to be specific. Remember, this is the palace. This is the temple. This is the temple court, and this is the outer court. This is the best one to use. The outer court, the temple court, and the temple. So they had to use all of these Levites to cover this entry, to cover that entry, and the porch.
of the temple.
Yeah, right here, right there. So you have the outer court, that entrance there, that entry into there, and the entry into there. They were covering those porches. They were covering those corridors. Because she would come from here. If there was an issue, she'd come right from here, bring troops through. Now, I don't know if there was any doors there, but if not, they had to come all the way through here.
Are you talking about, what are you pointing at?
If you're looking at the screen, you're looking at it?
Okay.
Okay, the palace would be where the queen was living. Athaliah. The palace is right below the temple.
Solomon's old house.
Solomon's old house. That's where the palace is. So they would have to sit back and block off the space that's, how would I explain this? Because I got my imaginary finger on this.
Like a private road.
There's a private road that goes right along into the outer court. Y'all see the outer court?
God.
And there's a door there's a little pathway that lets you into the outer court.
You had to walk all the way around?
Yeah, but they would have to sit back and guard that door, guard the other doors, and then guard the entry into the temple court.
Yeah, because remember that road that Solomon built came out the forest of Lebanon and went up into the temple.
And that's where the people go to. That's where the people go to do their serving. So they would have to block that one going from the going into the outer court. They would have to block that door, block the inner door that will go that the king or the queen can go through.
Like a hallway.
Exactly. So they would have to sit back and use those porters to cut off those doors to make sure these armies or she couldn't get in to disrupt and get the king. So what you're going to see also is as they're setting this up, the young King Joash in the temple, and they're going to have a second crew that just protects the child at all costs. But let's continue. So we're in 2 Chronicles 23 and verse 5. No, verse 4 again. Let's do verse 4 again.
2 Chronicles chapter 23 verse 4. This is the thing that ye shall do. A third part of you entering on the Sabbath of the priests and the Levites shall be porters of the doors.
Mm-hmm. So the priest's going to cover the doors, cover that entry and that exit way. Read on. And nobody's going to think of any different. Because what? Because the priests are already there anyway. And it's normally double units of Levites anyway on that day because it's a Sabbath. Read on.
Verse 5, it says, and a third part shall be at the king's house, and a third part at the gate of the foundation.
So you see that the third part's going to be at the king's house. So they're obviously guarding that door that goes to the king's house.
Right.
They're guarding that door that goes to the king. It's the king's house. So they're either guarding the door there, which is the direct exit of the palace door, or the door that enters from the guards area, from the temple to the palace area. It's one of the two. They're guarding. To sit back here and cut off her, I would imagine that it's that spot I was explaining earlier, the entry that gets from the palace area into the outer court, because you're trying to secure to make sure that the son is taken care of and protected. So a third part guards the king's house, and a third part the gate of the foundation, which is probably here. The direct entry into the outer court. Read on.
It says, and all the people shall be in the courts of the house of the Lord.
And you're going to bring in all the people in the courts. The people who are going to sit back here and announce Joash to be king. So we got to bring the people in, secure the doors, and the people got to see, because obviously Sabbath day is going to be a crowded day where everybody's sacrificing.
That's a high holy day.
So once everybody's there and they're offering and they're doing their sacrifice and they're all in the outer court, that's when you're springing on them. Joash is the king. He's the seed of David. And then once everybody's on board, then it's time to start killing. And start securing the king. Let's continue.
Verse 6. But let none come into the house of the Lord.
So nobody goes into the temple. Don't let nobody in the temple. We got to secure that. Read on.
save the priests, and they that minister of the Levites. They shall go in, for they are holy. But all the people shall keep the watch of the Lord. And the Levites shall compass the king around, or compass the king around, every man with his weapons in his hand. And whosoever else cometh into the house, he shall be put to death.
So he says, everybody that's in the temple protecting the young king got a weapon up. And there's anybody that's not a Levite is dying. So they're ready to spill blood in the temple to secure the king. Because this is about keeping the prophecy going and keeping the honor of the Heavenly Father going. Because the South was going bad fast, yes.
If Israel had these stories back in the day, then why in the Maccabees they didn't fight in the Sabbath? And they wanted to go to war on the Sabbath.
Because Israel is religious as hell. And you know why? Israel didn't read. I'm going to say this. How many people read the Bible now and don't read this? And I'm not talking about this for y'all. Everybody in TV land. Have you read this yet? And if you haven't, there's the answer. It's the truth. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't know about the queen before. It was some bogus queen that tried to take position in Israel. There's a lot of things in the book that we just skim over. And just read the Ten Commandments, huh? All damn day long.
It makes sense.
2 times a year.
It makes
for
sense
the same damn chapters.
when you slow it down. When you slow
Huh?
everything down, that's when it starts really making sense.
Time.
Start opening your eyes up.
It's the truth. It's the truth. There's a lot of things in these scriptures that we just don't take the time to learn. And think about the Bible back in those days. It wasn't like you was going to sit back here and flip a couple pages and read to get to 2 Chronicles. You have to take this scroll and roll out this scroll, bro. You have to roll it like this. You better have a long table. Because you got a lot of reading to do. You got a lot of scrolls to go through. It was just like one big scroll. And you have to just find, where the hell is Isaiah? It's taking you a little bit to get to Isaiah back in those days. 2 Kings, you're going to be looking. So it was a lot of study and a lot of learning and a lot of difficulties and pains that it took to reading and figuring things out. So the point is this. Israel don't like reading. The answer is in the history. But they were prepared to fight on the Sabbath day. It's a great angle. I didn't even think about that. But yes, they were ready to die and fight on the Sabbath day for the preservation
Of the seed.
of the seed and the nation.
Yep.
Is that?
And also there's no everybody take a break, like you said, they have those shifts, so one come in, not everybody gets a break, on the Sabbath, on the temple, there's shifts.
And they're using that shift scenario for added security.
Added support.
Added security and support, so nobody would think there's anything different going on. But it was really a coup job, and it was the right time to do the coup. You know what I mean? When you're in the spirit, you just got to make a move, huh?
Yeah.
And the Most High completely honored it. Let's continue.
From the top, I guess. 2 Chronicles chapter 23, verse 7. It says, and the Levites shall compass the king round about. Or
Show everybody online. Keep going.
shall compass the king round about, every man with his weapons in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And whosoever else cometh into the house, he shall be put to death. But be ye with the king when he cometh in, and when he goeth out.
Don't let him leave without being secured and protected. Read on.
So the Levites and all Judah did according to all the things that Jehoiada the priest had commanded, and took every man his men that were to come into in on the Sabbath with them that were to go out on the Sabbath. For Jehoiada the priest dismissed not the courses.
Mm-hmm. So they let the whole process of the Sabbath go and still establish a security detail. Read on.
Moreover, Jehoiada the priest delivered to the captains of hundreds spears and bucklers and shields that had been King David's, which were in the house of the Most High.
So that everything that was in the house of the Most High that was weapon, they got it out. They went in that security area, that area where all the storage was, that surrounded the temple. They went in the storage and got all the weapons they could to sit back and get ready to fight this battle. Read on.
Verse 10. And he set all the people, every man having his weapon in his hand, from the right side of the temple to the left side of the temple, along by the altar and the temple. by the king round about.
Yep.
Then they brought out the king's son and put upon him the crown and gave him the testimony and made him king.
So they brought him out to that outer court. Not that one. I put him in that outer court, so, or at least the temple court, that everybody can see him and announce him to be the king. And then everybody sat back here and well, just keep going.
It says, and Jehoiada and his sons anointed him and said, Yahweh, save the king.
Now listen, this is an important thing. Jehoiada and Jehoiada's sons anointed him and said, God save the king. Keep that in your mind, that Joash was being raised and befriending with Jehoiada's sons too. That's going to be some foreshadowing thing. Now, we're going to hold this, and we're going to jump to Josephus, book 9, chapter 7. Book 9, chapter 7, paragraph 2. Josephus, book 9, chapter 7, paragraph 2.
Book 9, Josephus, book 9, chapter 7, paragraph 2. All right. Whenever you're ready.
I am ready.
It says, now on the 7th year, Jehoiada communicated the matter to certain of the captains of hundreds, 5 in number, and persuaded them to be assisting to what attempts he was making against Athaliah, and to join with him in asserting the kingdom to the child. He also received such oaths from them as are proper to secure those that assist one another from the fear of discovery.
So they had to sit back here and do everything that a person normally does to secure that the word doesn't get out and everybody kind of keeps their oath and keeps their secret. Read on.
And he was then of good hope that they should dispose Athaliah. Now, those men whom Jehoiada the priest had taken to be his partners went into all the country and gathered together the priests and Levites and the heads of the tribes out of it, and came and brought them to Jerusalem to the high priest. So he demanded the security of an oath of them.
So he said he brought all the heads of state. We're in the book of 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles. Well, now the worst. I'm sorry. Right now, we're in the book of Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book 9, chapter 7, paragraph 2. That's where we're at right now.
Line 145.
Line 145. Okay? So what he's saying in here is that Jehoiada got all the heads of state. You're not going to bring all the entire nation in one spot. But if you get all the princes and the leaders of the southern kingdom, now guess what? Once the head of state and all the heads of state see that Joash is the king, they'll spread the word. Everybody knows. So that's how they established it without telling everybody. All the leaders knew, and that was enough to know. Okay? So let's continue.
Well, it says, so line 145. So he demanded the security of an oath of them, to keep private whatsoever he should discover to them, which required both their silence and their assistance.
So they had to make an oath that whatever is spoken here has to stay here. Read on.
So when they had taken the oath and had thereby made it safe for him to speak, he produced the child that he had brought up of the family of David, and said to them, this is your king of that house which you know of the Most High, hath foretold should reign over you for all time to come. I exhort you therefore that 1/3 part of you guard him in the temple, and that a 4th part keep watch at all gates of the temple, and that the next part of you keep guard at the gate.
Real quick, Damien, the book is a Josephus. The book is a Josephus. Okay? That's the book. But keep going, y'all.
You want to put the whole name so they can
You might as well, yeah.
So you have a Josephus put on the camera.
Yeah, I put Jose, but I guess I got to be a better guy.
The works, is it the complete works of Flavius?
You gonna put? It's gonna go in our faces if you put the.
Just 4 minutes. Just 4 minutes. So just show the book out.
It's gonna be right in front of our face like this.
It's okay. Whatever it takes to get the message.
Yeah. We'll just put it there temporarily, just so you can write it down and go
Okay,
get
let's
it.
get it out here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's hold on. Oh, that's okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's the book we're in, right there. The complete works of Flavius Josephus. Okay, let's continue.
Okay, line 146. It says, I exhort you, therefore, that 1/3 part of you guard him in the temple, and that a 4th part keep watch at all the gates of the temple, and that the next part of you keep guard at the gate which opens and leads to the king's palace, and let the rest of the multitude be unarmed in the temple, and let no armed person go into the temple, but the priest only. He also gave them orders besides, that a part of the priest and the Levites should be about the king himself, and be a guard to him, with their drawn swords, and to kill that man immediately, whoever he be, that should be so bold as to enter armed into the temple, and bade them to be afraid of nobody, but persevere in guarding the king. So these men obeyed what the high priest advised to them, and declared the reality of their resolution by their actions. Jehoiada also opened that armory which David had made in the temple, and distributed to the captains of hundreds, as also to the priests and Levites, all the spears and quivers, and what kind of weapon soever so it contained, and set them armed in a circle round about the temple, so as to touch one another's hands, and by the means excluding those from entering that ought not to enter.
So now he says, well, it gets more specific. They sat back here and had all the men surround the temple, arm to arm. That thing was completely locked down. That was one of the units. They encircled the entire temple, arm to arm, locked down, make it with like quivers and swords in hand to make sure nobody got through. And then when you got to the inside, you had a protection and another detail that protected the young king also. These guys were serious about this side. Okay, now read on.
Line 149. It says, so they brought the child into the midst of them, and put on him the royal crown, and Jehoiada anointed him with the oil, and made him king. And the multitude rejoiced, and made a noise, and cried, the Most High saved the king.
So listen, they saw him, they got anointed, all the high figures and the men of renown in the city saw it, so it was sealed. He's the king. What it proves also is they really weren't feeling hurt.
Yeah.
For them to sit back here and be so quick to like give him the right position, it was the right thing to do, and they didn't want her there anyway.
It's like they were kind of waiting. They were waiting like, dang.
They were waiting, somebody got to catch this chick slipping.
Yeah.
Now it's here. The day is here. Okay, so now this is the Most High saved the king. Now we're going to sit back here and hold that. Now we go to the Matthew Henry, page 415. And it kind of explains. It says this is page 415. This Matthew Henry is a commentary. It kind of gives a little more enlightenment about the whole situation that happened on the Sabbath day. It says, he concerted the matter with the rulers of hundreds and the captains, the men in office, ecclesiastical, civil, and military. He got them to him to the temple, consulted with them, gave them an oath of secrecy, and showed them the king's son. What a pleasing surprise it was to them, who feared that the house and lineage of David were quite cut off, to find such a spark as this in the embers. He posted the priests and Levites who were more immediately under his direction in the several avenues to the temple to keep guard. David had divided the priests into courses. Every Sabbath day morning, a new company came into waiting. But the company of the foregoing week did not go out of the company of, but the company of the foregoing week did not go out of waiting to the Sabbath evening, so that on Sabbath day, when double service was to be done, there was a double number to do it. These Jehoiada employed to attend on this great occasion. So because the Sabbath was, they had double people, you can get more work done on that day with all the Levites there. Jehoiada used that to double up and fatten up the security. These Jehoiada employed to attend on this great occasion. He armed them out of the magazines of the temple with David's spears and shields. Two things they were ordered to do: to protect the young king from being insulted, to preserve the holy temple from being profaned by the concourse of people that would come together on this occasion. I don't want on that. Just a reminder about how when David was initially setting up these watches, it was intended to have the Sabbath double with the priest for the assistance of the day and to assure us a smooth transition for the next crew. Okay, that was early in First Chronicles when it talks about David setting up those scenarios. Okay, so now where are we at? We are now at 1 Kings 11 and 4. 1 Kings 11 and 4 through 12. Did I say 1 Kings, 2 Kings?
King.
2 Kings.
2 Kings chapter 11, verse 4.
It's a lot of... Did I say 11? Yes, it is 11. It is 11. Slock it. Let's read it.
2 Kings chapter 11, verse 4. It says, in the 7th year, Jehoiada sent and fetched the rulers over hundreds with the captains and the guard, and brought them to him into the house of the Lord, and made a covenant with them, and took an oath of them in the house of the Lord, and showed them the king's son. And he commanded them, saying, this is the thing that ye shall do. A third part of you shall enter in on the Sabbath, shall even be oath keepers, or be keepers of the watch of the king's house. And a third part shall be at the gate of Sur, and a third part at the gate behind the guard. So,
Sur is the south gate, but keep going.
It says, so shall ye keep the watch of the house, that it be not broken down.
Mm-hmm.
And two parts of you, you all shall that go forth on the Sabbath, even they shall keep the watch of the of the house of the Lord about the king.
And those are the ones that did that complete encirclement, arm to arm, making sure nobody gets through. But continue.
Verse 8, it says, and ye shall compass the king round about, every man with his weapons in his hand. And he that cometh within the ranges, let him be slain. And be ye with the king as he goeth out, and as he cometh in. And the captains over the hundreds did according to all the things that Jehoiada the priest commanded. And they took every man his men that were to come in on the Sabbath, with them that should go out on the Sabbath, and came to Jehoiada the priest. And to the captains over hundreds did the priest give King David spears and shields that were in the temple of the Lord. It says, and the guard stood, every man with his weapons in his hand, round about the king, from the right corner of the temple to the left corner of the temple, along by the altar and the temple. And he brought forth the king's son, and put the crown upon him, and gave him the testimony, and they made him king and anointed him. And they clapped their hands and said, the Most High, or God, save the king.
So now we're there. Now we're going to jump to Josephus, book 9, chapter 7, Yep, paragraph 3.
All right, Josephus, book 9, chapter 7, paragraph 3, page 225. It says.
So right now, Athaliah is hearing all this yelling and screaming and saluting and joyous occasion, and she's like right down the palace. Listen, here we go. We're going to show the image. She's right down in the palace. She hears all this yelling and screaming right north of her. She's like, what the hell's going on here? Why is everybody going bananas? So read on.
Okay, so I was trying to see the image.
Yeah, paragraph 3.
Yeah, no, we're good. Paragraph 3. I was trying to see the image that you had. It says, when Athaliah unexpectedly heard the tumult and the acclamations, she was greatly disturbed in her mind, and suddenly issued out of the royal palace with her own army.
So remember they said you got to make sure the porters know, guard these doors, because she's going to bring this army out here. You guys ready to go down and get down and go to war. Read on.
And when she was come to the temple, the priest received her. But as for those that stood round about the temple, as they were ordered by the high priest to do, they hindered the armed men that followed her from going in.
They said, listen, you can, if you want to ask, you got some questions you got to ask, come on. But them dudes ain't coming in.
Yeah.
Because we gonna spill a lot of blood right here. There's going to be a whole lot of murder, act. You don't get Levy crazy. Levy was ready to go, act. Levy was angry, act. I'm serious. All them Levites, act, you don't want to get Levi pissed off, act. You don't, act. You gonna mess with their temple, bro? It's over, V. It's over.
You can't hold them back.
You can't, act. You can't. So all them Levites like, listen, bro. You know, you ain't getting no further. I can't get like the Levite like accent. I need the Levite accent. I don't have it. To make the point pop a little bit more. Point is,
Ask Napoleon that.
Is that?
Ask Napoleon.
Oh, they couldn't. Yeah, exactly.
Can't stop the Levites.
Can't stop them, bro. No, you can have this shit, man. Get it.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. Well, no, but listen, we gotta hit them in their pocket. I'll get you in your pockets. Listen, Napoleon gave them their land, but they bankrupted them for generations. They didn't stop paying reparations for that whole. I think it was like 1900s.
Yeah,
Yeah. It was recent move.
Yeah. Listen, they didn't stop paying for that Napoleon transaction to the 1900s.
But they were the first colony to buy out, though. But it took.
They bought out, but damn, listen, did you really listen? That was a benefit to the French, to them Frenchies, I mean, it was a benefit to them, man. I don't gotta die. I don't gotta be getting killed by these crazy Levites. I can just get my money out and be done with it. Anyway, point is, it was still a victory. You know, go Levy out. But the point is, it's still showing you here that Athaliah had her troops. She was trying to bring the troops in. They didn't let the troops in. They let Athaliah in, so she can firsthand see the bad news. This is gonna be a bad day for her. She wasn't expecting it to be bad this morning. That Sabbath morning, she did not expect her life to be turned upside down.
You notice she wasn't in the temple no way.
She didn't give a crap about the temple. That was the point. So anyway, let's keep going.
So we're at line 151. But when Athaliah saw the child standing upon the pillar, with the royal crown upon his head, she rent her clothes and cried out vehemently, and commanded her guards to kill him, that he laid snares for her, and endeavoring to deprive her of the government. But Jehoiada called for the captains of hundreds, and commanded them to bring Athaliah to the valley of Cedron. He said,
we're going to take, he says, take her to the valley of Cedron, and you're going to sit back here and do her in, She's going to sleep with the fishes, That's what she got to do, man. She got to go. So she was trying to use her army, but the crazy thing, the army didn't defend her. She said, man, take the army and go kill this boy. You're not going to read about a war. Only one person died that day. So all those soldier guys, they just did this. They just backed off, They said, nah, this is your day, Today is your day. I'm serious. They didn't sit back here and defend her. Read on.
The valley of Cedron, and slay her there. For he would not have the temple defiled with the punishments of this pernicious woman.
He said, I'm not going to sit back here and defile the temple with this broad. Man, get her out of here, Get him out of here!
Let's get him out of here.
There we go. I'm gonna wake him up there.
Let's get him out of here.
But he said that's what he's saying. Get him out of here and go to the Valley of Cedron. Let's keep going.
And he gave order that if anyone came near to help her, he would be slain.
And that's why they was like, listen, you can have it. He said, whoever wants to defend this chick, you go on to the Valley of Cedron too. They're like, you know what? I don't want to go to the Valley of Cedron. I'm okay with that. Good day, ma'am.
I wasn't planning on going to Cedron.
When I got up this morning, the anticipation was not to go to this valley and die in this valley. So no thank you. See, so everybody just backed off and let her just get taken up. Read on.
It says, wherefore those that had the charge of her slaughter took hold of her and led her to the gate of the king's mules and slew her there.
And she died where all the horses and donkeys was at. That's a bad way to go, bro. You going to the horse coffin,
In the back.
You see a book.
It's the horse coffin.
Like one of the pit bulls of
The pit bulls,
like one of the pit bulls of your boy.
What's that?
That football player dude, the quarterback.
Michael Vick.
Like Michael Vick's dog.
Okay. Come. So what we're gonna do is go to. I know we're gonna go to 2 Chronicles 23 verse 12 through 15. It'll still be time for you to pull what you got to pull in there. It's gonna say the same thing. Okay, 2 Chronicles 23 verse 12 through 15.
All right, 2 Chronicles chapter 23 verse 12. It says, now when Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and praising the king, she came to the people into the house of the Lord. And she looked, and behold, the king stood at his pillar at the entering in, and the princes and the trumpets by the king. And all the people of the land rejoiced, and sounded with trumpets. Also the singers with instruments of music.
They playing jamming out, they playing music, made some party out. And she wasn't invited out. Read on.
And such as taught to sing praise.
You got to get them Judite singers in the background.
sing good.
Levite singers out, hitting those notes. Read on.
Then Athaliah rent her clothes and said, treason! Treason!
Now she's sitting back here. She got shammed out. But you killed all the royal seed out.
Yeah.
It just shows where her head was at. This is not treasonous.
Everybody hated her.
He said nobody wanted to deal with her. You gonna see. Read on.
Then Jehoiada the priest brought out the captains of hundreds that were set over the host, and said unto them, have her forth of the ranges, and whoso followeth her, let him be slain with the sword. For the priest said, slay her not in the house of the Lord.
So now Josephus gets more detail about the Valley of Cedron. That's why this is a little better, because the ranges, where the hell is the ranges? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The ranges was where all those horses and mules were at. Well, let's continue.
Verse 15. So they laid hands on her, and when she was come to the entering of the horse gate by the king's house, they slew her there.
There you go. Did you have something, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up. I'll get it in a second. You keep going.
Then let's go. Hold that, and let's go to 2 Kings 11, verse 14 through 16.
2 Kings chapter 11, verse 14.
We're just giving all the accounts because they're slightly different in their explanation. So we want to be as thorough as possible. 11, verse 14 through 16.
2 Kings chapter 11, verses 14 through 16. It says, when she looked, behold, the king stood by a pillar, as the manner was, and the princes and the trumpeters by the king. And all the people of the land rejoiced, and blew with trumpets. And Athaliah rent her clothes and cried, treason, treason. But Jehoiada the priest commanded the captains of hundreds, the officers of the host, and said unto them, have her forth without the ranges, and him that followeth her kill with the sword. For the priest had said, let her not be slain in the house of the Lord. And they laid hands on her, and she went by the way, by the which the king's house, and there
the horses came into the king's house.
Which came into the horses' king's house, and there was she slain.
Okay, hold that. You got something, Sean?
Yeah, I got it right here. This is just showing in this book right here about Jezebel, about Athaliah's mother. It says that Jezebel, the woman who was a she-devil. So
She-devil?
They called Jezebel a she-devil.
That's crazy.
So you know her daughter had picked up that demonic
She was a
tactic.
she-devil too.
Right, but it says Ahab was fascinated by her beauty and forcefulness of character and fell for her.
Oh,
So you
man.
know when you got these strong women,
Take charge.
these take charge like
She
my
got her
mama
own
Bill.
house.
Yeah,
She got her own
house.
car.
She a bad brother.
She was she-devil.
She a she-devil.
That's a she-devil.
Right. She's a diva.
You liked that.
She's these so-called divas. The word diva also means devil as well. People don't realize that as well. When they call each other, you know, she's a diva. People don't realize that word diva means devils or devils or
I-N-D-E-V-E-D. What you know about me?
These are the divas, right?
These are divas. Right?
That's horrible.
Divas actually translate, the word itself, diva, translates to devil. So then people don't even know what they calling themselves. They calling themselves
You know, you're a diva. Yeah, I'm a
Right.
diva.
Alright.
because a strong woman with strong, bold characters that excel the character of a man, that have masculine characteristics. That's not an appropriate effeminate posture that a woman should carry. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to bring that out right there.
That's right on point. But that's how her mama was. I mean, that's how her
Right.
daughter was. Athaliah wrote like her mother. And that was why that's when the Most had to eradicate that entire influence from the northern and southern kingdom.
I just got to read this right here.
Yes, sir.
It says, this is the mother of Athaliah. It says, the sacred narrative does not record that she possessed any of the finer, nobler, feminine qualities. Man, so a woman that don't have these feminine qualities, man, that's nothing sacred about it. There's nothing holy about that. It says, she knew nothing of the restraint of higher principles. She didn't know how to utilize self-control. She didn't know how to watch her mouth. She had a bold mouth. It said,
Treason.
savage.
So what it said. So what you're saying is when they say on the memes that it takes a strong man to deal with a strong woman.
Yeah.
What it means is it takes a soft ass, candy ass man to deal with that strong woman.
Kind.
Because a strong man will just kick you out of the house and move on and find something that's humble.
Yeah, it says a savage and relentless. So she's a savage. That's another one of them bragging terminologies that our people use today. I'm a savage.
She's a savage.
Yeah, savage.
Some Rihanna stuff, huh?
Yeah.
It really is spiritual. It really is
Yeah.
spiritual, bro.
It says savage and relentless. This proud and strong-minded woman carried out her foul schemes. A gifted woman, she prostituted all her gifts for the furtherance of evil, and misdirected talents became a curse. Persuasive, her influence was wrongly directed. Resolute above other women, she used her strength of character to destroy a king and her own offspring, as well as pollute the life of a nation. So it shows you that strong-minded, I'm gonna take charge kind of woman. That's inappropriate, man.
It's inappropriate.
That's characteristics of a she-devil, man.
That's
I
crazy.
just wanted to bring
A
that out.
diva, a she-devil, all those bad words. Those are bad words.
It's nothing to be proud of, man.
No, it's not.
To lose that femininity, man. It's nothing to be proud of.
Boy, okay, that's bad. But this was that influence, that strong, independent diva spirit on top of the idolatry behind it. It was a saga and a book that had to be closed in Israel because it was it poisoned the north and it was starting to poison the south. We're gonna see what they do after they sent her to like the horse stables and killed her. Okay, so what we're gonna do is go into paragraph 4 now in the Josephus, book 9, chapter 7, paragraph 4. Yeah, well, I was going to like finish this off because there's only a little bit left, and then go to the next reader after that. Read that.
Book 9, chapter 7, paragraph 4. It says, now as soon as what concerned Athaliah was, by this stratagem, after this manner, by dispatched, Jehoiada called together the people and the armed men into the temple,
Okay.
and made them take oath that they would be obedient to the king.
So now all the remaining men that were once with Athaliah, now they had to sit back here and take an oath that they was going to be ride or die for Joash, for King Joash. Now, if they would have said no, they would have got killed right there on sight. Right? So read on.
And take care of his safety, and of the safety of his government, after which he obliged the king to give security upon oath that he would worship the Most High, and not transgress the laws of Moses. They then ran to the house of Baal, which Athaliah and her husband Jehoram had built, to the dishonor of the Most High, of their fathers, and to the honor of Ahab, and demolished it, and slew Matan, that had his priesthood.
So who the hell was Matan pushing this Baal stuff out? This guy had to die. They went to the house of Baal, took out Matan, and they broke down the entire walls of the temple. Read on.
It says, but Jehoiada entrusted the care and custody of the temple to the priests and Levites, according to the appointment of King David, and enjoined them to bring their regular burnt offerings twice a day, and to offer incense according to the law.
That's so according to the Most High's temple, right?
Most High's temple. They broke down the Baal's temple.
Okay.
Then they sat back and got everybody realigned into offering offerings at the temple of the Most High twice a day.
Which is the shift of the people.
Exactly. It was the mindset of readjusting everybody back to the heavenly.
Because we had a previous culture of Baal worship in the nation that was
from Jehoram
for a minute.
You know, it wasn't a long time, because in the south, Jehoshaphat was a righteous king, and that people were kind of serving other gods in other groves, but it was small.
Okay.
What Jehoram and Athaliah did, they made a straight Baal temple in Jerusalem. So he died quickly. Ahaziah died quickly. Then they broke that temple down right after Athaliah died. And they're trying to clean up the entire nation. Or the entire southern kingdom at this point. So that Judah going downhill, this was the beginning of it. Now they're trying to clean it up. But after they clean this up, you're going to start seeing quickly that they erode again. Because whatever influence of Baal they brought into this stuck. They destroyed the temple, but that negativity still resided inside. We're going to read about that later.
That influence wasn't eradicated.
The influence wasn't eradicated, unfortunately. So now, let's continue.
He also ordained some of the Levites with the porters to be a guard to the temple, that no one that was defiled might come there.
Okay, hold that. Now let's go to 2 Chronicles 23, verse 16. We're going to go from 16 to 21.
2 Chronicles chapter 23, verse 16 to 21. It says, and Jehoiada made a covenant between him and between all the people, and between the king, that they should be the Lord's people.
Mm-hmm.
Then all the people went to the house of Baal, and break it down, and break his altars and his images in pieces, and slew Matan, the priest of Baal, before the altars. Also Jehoiada appointed the officers of the house of the Lord by the hand of the priests, the Levites, whom David had distributed in the house of the Lord, to offer the burnt offerings of the Lord, as it is written in the law of Moses, with rejoicing and with singing, as it was ordained by David. And he set the porters at the gates of the house of the Lord, that none which was unclean in anything should enter in. And he took the captains of hundreds, and the nobles, and the governors of the people, and all the people of the land, and brought down the king from the house of the Lord. And they came through the high gate into the king's house, and set the king upon the throne of the kingdom. And all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was quiet after that they had slain Athaliah with the sword.
Okay, so there was peace in the nation, and things were being reestablished the right way. That negative influence got wiped out, and for a short period of time, there was peace and prosperity in Israel. Okay, I'm gonna go read real quick and see if this Second Kings one is even worth going into. I don't want to keep being redundant if I don't have to. Let me see. Yeah, we're good on the finishing of the Second Kings. We don't got to do that. I think we got that point in Kings 11. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna go into 2 Chronicles 24, verse 1. And somebody else. Verse 1 through 6. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna salute both of y'all. Then Elisha's gonna read the Josephus. You're gonna read the scriptures. Okay. So let me y'all both get up. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. Might as well.
Elisha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal.
Elisha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal. Amashim. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yashal Rakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashal Rakatham.
Next, man.
Come on, left. You got it, man.
Nathaniel, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Laya, Ban Yashal.
Nathaniel, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Laya, Ban Yashal. Amashim. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yashal Rakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashal Rakatham.
Oh, y'all had it. It was on it, man. Okay, so what we're gonna do is start off scriptures. 2 Chronicles 24, verse 1 through 6, and then we're gonna jump into Josephus, book 9, chapter 7, paragraph 5.
Okay.
Let's do it.
2 Chronicles chapter 24, verse 1. Joash was 7 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 40 years in Jerusalem.
So listen. He was 7 years old when he began to reign, and he was 40 years old. He reigned 40 years in Jerusalem. Read on.
His mother name also was Ziba of Beersheba.
Zibiah.
Oh, Salakia. Zibiah of Beersheba.
Read on.
And Joash did that which was right in the sight of the Most High all the days of Jehoiada the priest.
That didn't say he did that which right his whole time that he was in power. It just said that he did that which was right as long as Jehoiada the priest was in it. Don't forget, Jehoiada the priest was like a what to him? He was a father to him. Huh? He raised him from a child. Him and his wife raised him like they were his sons.
So he got raised by a Levite, and that was.
Yeah, he was raised by a Levite in the temple. So he had a great affinity towards the temple. And he had a love for the temple because that was where his home was, to be specific, for 7 years. And listen, just because he was the king at 7, you think he was making any decisions at 7 years old? No. This dude was playing with damn toys, huh? Little army men, Hebrew army men, whatever the hell they was playing with when they was kids. I don't know. My point is he was a kid, so who was raising him from 7 on until his adult years? It was still Jehoiada. That influence he had with that young man was like a father and son relationship. What you're going to realize is, as long as his father was around, as long as that strong spiritual influence was around, he was strong. And that's a lot of Israelites today. Mm-hmm. When that strong mentor is around you, it's easier to stay on point. You don't have to think. You can just follow. You can just follow the pace of the mentor. Follow the pace of the leader.
And we tell brothers initially when they come into the truth that the stage you're in right now is the easy stage. We tell them that that's the easy stage because you're being told what to do, and your job is to emulate, follow, copy, and trace whoever's in front of you of a higher ranking position and copy their duties and be on point. That's all you have to do. Things don't get difficult until you lose that connection or that ability to constantly have that oversight.
Or have access to somebody.
To that constant, consistent oversight that benefits you. So now you got to know what the tenets they were teaching. What was the tenets that was being shown?
And you get to start living it.
Yeah.
This story goes into are you living this word? Are you making this word yours? Versus following a strong example. As leaders, we always teach about the importance of setting the right tone, being the right example, being the right leader for our people, Israel. Because if you're a good leader for your brothers and sisters, they have a chance to see the value of staying on point. They have a chance to see the power of the Most High if your example is strong. Can somebody give me I think it's Galatians 4:4? I think it's 4:4. Let me see. Galatians 4. Is it 4? Give me a second, man. No, it's 4 and 2. Matter of fact, 4 and 1.
Galatians chapter 4, verse 1.
Give me a second. 1 through 3. No, 2. Read on.
Galatians chapter 4, verse 1. Now I say that the heir, as long as he is a child, deferreth nothing from a servant, though he be Lord of all.
Even this situation here, this 7-year-old Joash is still a servant to Jehoiada. So that servant is just following orders, following what Jehoiada's counsel is. It's just, don't think, just do what I tell you. Do what I tell you, do what you're told. You're going to be the servant. Read on.
Verse 2. But is under tutors and governors until the appointed time of the Father.
But is under tutors and governors until the appointed time of the Father. And this is the situation. This is the challenge that the Father has. When do I know that my son is ready to make spiritual decisions on his own? Yeshaya, what are you going to do about it? Stand up. Stand up. Let's fight it. Read that part again, verse 2.
Verse 2. But is under tutors and governors until the time appointed of the Father.
The challenge is to determine when that appointed time is good. When do I know that this person that I'm teaching is ready to apply this word for themselves? When do I know that this young man is ready to live what he's been listening to and following and adhering to for so many years? Not everybody is ready at 18. Not everybody is ready at 16, 17, whatever year it is. You just don't know. What you know is, you know what? I got to see that a person every day is taking initiative, is taking this word serious, is making the proper changes necessary, and I can start seeing it through their works. Then I know they're ready. So what's happening is the king gets elevated to the kingship after a certain period of time, certain amount of years, and Jehoiada just hoped that he was going to sit back here and be in the spirit of change and adhering to the Heavenly Father.
And that's always the hope.
Huh.
That's always the hope. But every man may be put in a position where, hey, do you believe this for yourself?
Huh.
Do you believe?
Because it's one thing to sit back here and take a strong stance when you're around strong people. It's another thing to take a strong stance when you have to have integrity.
Yep.
You got to put your foot down, and there's nobody else to defend the Most High but you.
Yep.
It's a whole different energy.
Yep.
Have you been in a situation when it's just you and you got to counsel?
Yep.
You got to come up with the scriptures. You got to come up with the answer. You got to come up with the sternness and the strength, and there's nobody, or all you got is the vision of what you think somebody will say at this time. That's all you got. WW, what would he do? WW Samson, what would he do? What would the war do in this situation? And that's all you got. And it's you, the Bible, and do you believe this crap or not? Or you just live, or you just being a zombie, just going through the motions, being a sheep. That's a real thing. I remember when I was young, and I was giving counsel, it was years ago. I'm talking about in my early 20s. Early 20s, and I'm being counseled about how to put my house in order. The scriptures and what to say and the mindset behind what I should say. And I'm like, I said, Con, I go home, I'm like, this is me? This issue this problem at the house? And do I believe what I was told or not? I got to stand up and stick to these scriptures and go toe to toe, and ain't nobody else here. Another example was when brothers would tell me how to teach in the street. I was street teaching. I'm like, bro, it's me and these white folks walking around. And I got to sit back here, pull scriptures, call them out, talk about the fall of Babylon. Esau's kingdom is about to end. And I'm like, bro, did you believe what you're saying? Or are you just regurgitating what you saw Ariala do or Kabul Kab do or Monaghan do? Do you believe this? Or are you just saying the words that you heard? Are you a tape recorder?
You parrot.
Are you a parrot? He's all about to fall. With a 12 shot. Second end is not. And that's a real thing. That's a real damn thing that you got to face. One of the things that helped me was when I went toe to toe with Israel or people at my high school. And I was like, bro, I'm reading Deuteronomy 28 to like 25 high school students. I'm like, wow, I'm really doing this. Do you really believe this, my dude?
That's whack, bro.
And they're looking at me like this. Class about to be over in like 15 minutes, man. Let's hear this sucker say what he got to say. Because everybody had to do reports about what they were, what they believed in. And I was like, I'm going to go over Deuteronomy 28. And I went up there in front of everybody. I was a new student. Man, I was nervous as hell. When you got to speak up about what you're about, and it ain't the priest or the El Generals. There's nobody around but you, that book, and are you convincing? Do you believe what you're saying? That's a real thing. It's a real thing because you got to sit back and take this word, read it, and believe it. When you study, this is even for y'all, when y'all study, when you read it, does it make sense to you? Do you believe it? Or do you believe it because this brother believes it? Or the person on the mic believes it and speaks it convincingly? Just because oh man, that was a bad verse and I believe what he says, when you come home, is that same spark there when you read it? If it ain't, you better keep reading and talking about it until you believe it, because you will get exposed if you're coming off like you know something and you don't know it. Those are straight facts. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So really take the time as you're in this truth and you learn the scriptures, you better believe it for you. You better take these words, study it, and teach it. And make these words yours. And make this belief yours. Because you will get exposed down the line if we ever have to split up. Say for instance, we have to do 2 camps. And we get a request to go to a different city. And we split our sources. You know what? You better believe what you're saying. Because you will be put in the spotlight. And it feels kind of squirmy. And you're like, yes, guys, let's go to Deuteronomy. Chapter 15, verse 14. Yeah, did you hear what Moses said? He really meant that. Like, come on, man. You don't believe this guy. And you will start seeing the boop, 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 all the viewerships starts going down. I don't really believe this guys. And, you got to believe it. I'm sorry.
And as a product of when you have to guide younger souls. And the younger souls are looking to you for you to feed their zeal and feed their spirit. And there's no longer you being fed. Yep. There's a time period where the spirit of your elder or your teacher or your example is feeding your spirit, and you're riding his zeal, and you're riding his energy, and you're riding his mind, you're riding his perspective. Yep. There's a time when no one's going to sit here and motivate you. Yep. And we're going to call you, can you please wake up in the morning? Yep. Hey, this is very important.
Well, you can fight your battle. You can do it. You can get past this spirit that's on you.
Yeah. You're not going to get the guy sitting here in the corner and coach. You're not going to get Customato, bro. You're not going to get the trainer in your corner. You might get him on the phone, but he's busy. If he's on the phone, he's busy. Okay, that's the answer. So then, I remember years ago, I'll tell the story. This is a Sean story. I was at North Star Mall. I'll never forget this, bro. I was at North Star Mall, and I'm making money at the moment. This is easy. I got this, man. I sell oils ain't nothing. I could do this now. It was hard for me, but I learned it. I was like, I got it. And then such one, he didn't stay at the mall all day no more. He's like,
what's happening?
What the fuck is going on? He said, he got a phone call. I got something I got to do. I take care of something out. And then I'm like,
That's so hilarious.
I'm like, okay, we gotta take care of him, man. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say it out loud, but like, you gotta take care of it.
What's going on here?
I thought we were at the zone, and then he's like, I
thought
go.
we were at the zone. That's hilarious.
We are at the zone. He walked off and his body got real small, and just the corner.
His body got small.
That
means he's walking a far distance, huh?
With his,
that means the island gets bigger.
The island's getting bigger.
Yeah.
Then you just hear babies and people talking and people looking at you like, what do you want to do? And then you're like, you know what? I was like, my mind, man, I don't know what to do now. I thought I knew what to do. And then you like wish you had a cut like a cutout board of him, a life-size cutout board of him like this next to the car, so that you could do your job. And I realized I gotta do this job because I believe in this job. I gotta do my job because I know what I'm doing because this is what I'm doing for the camp.
So you need an Israelite fat head out?
Yeah, you gotta have a cardboard like this to have.
Here's a bottle like this.
To have faith in the Most High God, you gotta have a cardboard next to the card like this with two thumbs up. Like, you know what? You better believe this for yourself. That happened a couple times in my life. It happened multiple times actually.
That happens to everybody.
It happens a lot. Like that's one of the saddest.
There's a reason for that. Go to Isaiah chapter 29, verse 1. There's a reason for that. Start at Proverbs 29 and 1, then we'll go to Isaiah real quick too.
Okay. Proverbs 29 1.
Mm-hmm.
Proverbs chapter 29, verse 1. He that being often reproved.
It said he that being what?
Often reproved.
Meaning what? Meaning you only got a certain amount of time where the correction either it's going to have an effect or it's not going to have an effect. You only got a certain amount of time to get instruction. Everybody's not going to keep beating it down your face and down your throat every day, all day. You got a window of development. You got a window of opportunity where somebody's trying to invest into you, and it's what you do with it that matters. You don't always get somebody there available at all times, training you and raising you up. And developing you. You got to be able to get what you're getting and get it as fast as possible. Read it one more time.
Proverbs chapter 29, verse 1. He that being often reproved hardeneth his neck.
So either you're going to take the correction and say, you know what, I'm tired of this brother telling me the same thing every day, or I'm going to say, you know what, maybe I need to change. Read on.
Shall suddenly be destroyed, and without remedy.
And when he's by himself, that's when that destruction is coming, and without remedy. Why is that? Read on.
When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice.
Because he's going to get to the point. Because when the righteous are in authority, the righteous they were receiving correction. They didn't waste no time when it came to getting instruction, getting discipline, being told to be obedient, learning how to follow. Read on.
But when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn.
So the leadership is either going to do two things. It's going to benefit the people, or the people is going to suffer. Now that's contingent upon verse 3. Read verse 3.
Verse 3. Whoso loveth wisdom.
It says, whoso loveth wisdom does what?
Rejoices his father.
It says, I will rejoice when my father was beating me down, telling me what I got to change about myself. Because what he was doing was setting me up for leadership. What he was doing was setting me up for a position where I had to learn how to think for myself. So I rejoiced in the fact that, you know what, I didn't get tired of being scolded day in and day out. I embraced the chastisement. I embraced the correction. Read on.
With the latter end of that?
Yes.
Okay, done. But he that keepeth company with harlots spendeth his substance.
He does what?
Spendeth his substance.
So the leader is going to be based upon two things. Were you paying attention to your father when your father was giving you instruction? And we know elders are like fathers.
Okay. Or
were you bull crapping, playing around, thinking that you had all day, every day to get it, and I got it. Not saying that I did it. I'm saying what I'm saying is many men take this opportunity, they squander the opportunity, and then when it's time for them to be a leader, now the people gonna suffer.
Oh yeah.
Because I squandered my opportunity. I squandered my substance. What that substance is, I blew the opportunity. I blew my chances of being a leader because I wasn't paying attention when the father was instructing me. I didn't love wisdom enough. So therefore, when I was in that position of leadership, I'm ill prepared and I'm caught off guard and I don't have nothing to give nobody. And who's going to suffer then? The people gonna suffer. Because of my inability to receive instruction, now it's going to fall to where the city suffers. Now go to Isaiah chapter 1 and read verse 21.
1 and 21?
Yeah. Start at verse 23.
Come. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 23.
23.
Yeah.
Thy princes are rebellious.
To what?
The read verse, yeah, he said thy princes are what?
Thy princes are rebellious.
We're going to read from 23 to 26. He said thy princes are what?
Rebellious.
He said, man, the leaders are rebellious. Read on.
And companions of thieves.
Go ahead.
Everyone loveth gifts and followeth after rewards.
So now you got the wrong kind of leader. You got the wrong kind of leader in position, because everybody, the leaders love gifts and follow after what?
Rewards.
But first, go to 21. I wanted 21. Let me put that back.
Isaiah chapter 1, verse 21.
Let me tie these two together. Somebody read the last part of that verse 3 in Proverbs 29.
Proverbs 29, verse 3?
Yeah.
Proverbs chapter 29, verse 3. Whoso loveth wisdom rejoiceth his father.
Right. So I love wisdom. I rejoice my father. Right. Read
Yeah.
on. So that means I embrace the correction that comes from my father. Read on.
God. But he that keepeth company with harlots
But if I keep company with harlots, what happens?
spendeth his substance.
That means I blow what my father left behind for me. The substance is my inheritance, what I was supposed to gain from my father. I blew what my father was telling me to do. I blew the training. I blew his instructions. I blew everything that he was trying to tell me and set me up to benefit from. I wasted it all, but I blew it on pleasure, because I was too busy having fun, not embracing the correction that was being handed down. Now go to Isaiah 1 and 21.
God. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 21. How is the faithful city?
So now, how does the city go from being faithful, like we're reading about the southern tribe of Judah, David's lineage? How does a city or a nation of people that have been known to be faithful, how are they brought what?
Become an harlot.
How they become a harlot? He's going to tell you. There's a diminishment of the individuals that come into power under those faithful individuals that previously ran the city. There's a diminishment. They didn't. The ones under the new authority figures didn't take it serious when they were being trained by their elders. Read on.
God. It was full of judgment.
He said initially it was full of what? The city was faithful. The city was full of what?
It was full of judgment.
Meaning everything was done right. Judgment was done right. Counseling was right. The instruction was right. So the people rejoice. Remember, when the righteous bear rule, the people rejoice. When the wicked bear rule, the people what? They mourn. So it was full of judgment. It wasn't no bribes taken. It was rightful men receiving instruction, earning a position to be legitimate leaders. No tyrants in position. Men that earned their position to be leaders. Read on. Because they received instruction and they embraced it. Read on.
Righteousness lodged in it.
It said righteousness lodged in it. Read on.
But now murderers.
It said now it's become murderers. Read on.
Thy silver is become dross.
So the silver has become dull. Read on. The glory of the city is becoming dull. Read on.
Thy wine mixed with water.
Go ahead.
Thy princes are rebellious.
It said, but the people have become what?
Rebellious.
Now how do princes who's supposed to inherit a kingdom become rebellious? Because they're having to be often reproved and they don't take correction serious. So now there's a diminishment in the quality of the kingdom. There's a diminishment in the quality of the leadership. But the people on the back end are going to suffer because I didn't take my training serious. I didn't take my development serious. I didn't take when somebody was investing in me serious. Read on.
And companions of thieves. Everyone loveth gifts.
And everybody love what?
Gifts.
Everybody love gifts.
Benefits.
I'll pay you if you do this. Not that you rightfully earn that, but you know what? I give you a gift. You know what I'm saying? Put me up in a position of authority. You know, I'll pay you for it. I'll provide something for you. It's bribery. Read on.
Come. And followeth after rewards.
Go ahead. Everybody want a reward. Read on.
They judge not the They judge not the fatherless, neither doth the cause of the widow come unto them.
Go ahead. Jump down to verse 26.
Come, verse 26. And I will restore thy judges as at the first.
So the Most High said, listen, I'm not pleased with that form of leadership. So what the Most High does is he eradicates that form of leadership and then he restores the righteous form of leadership. How does he do that? Read on.
And thy counselors as at the beginning. Afterward thou shalt be called the city of the righteous. The city of the righteousness, the faithful city.
So now you watch a city come from being a faithful city, a city of judgment. The wrong men get in position, chase after the wrong things. The quality of the city fails. The people suffer. The Most High despises it. Then the Most High has to reverse it all back over. He has to restart it all over again. And that's when you read Kings and Chronicles. That's what we're reading over and over and over. Is the diminishing of a quality of a kingdom. The people suffer. The Most High have to eradicate them, and then have to start over with somebody brand new. So when you got a chance when you got a chance as a young man or young sister, you want to grab all the instruction as possible from your elders. You want to abstract as much information as you can, so that when you get in that position of a leader, the quality of the city doesn't fail. The quality of the city remains faithful. The quality of the city there's justice involved. There's equity involved. There's no flim-flamming going on. So I just want to bring that out, showing how this is how kingdoms, cities, all these things fall. How camps fail. They lose their integrity because the leadership fails. It fails at the top. So we got to watch that.
I was going to pull one verse, and then we're going to go into it if we can. Let's go to Philippians 2 and 12. Yeah, it was a good one, y'all.
Philippians 2 and 12.
Yeah, and I got another one I'm going to pull, but I'm going to pull a little bit later because later kind of gets into more specifics. You know, I might as well pull it now. Yeah, give me Philippians 2 and 12.
Come. Philippians chapter 2, verse 12.
Let me hold on a second. Let me put it on the screen. Philippians 2 and 12.
Ready?
Yep.
Come. Wherefore, my beloved, as ye have always obeyed, not only in my presence only, but now much more in my absence.
And that's the key. The key is, during the presence is one type of obeying. When your leader and your strength, or whether it's Christ or whether it's Jehoiada, whoever was the strength, while you're present is one form of obedience. Read on.
Work out your own salvation.
Read it from the top again. Read it from the top again.
Okay. Wherefore, my beloved, as ye have always obeyed, not as in my presence only, but now much more in my absence.
What it's telling you, there has to be much more concentration, much more fight, much more focus to obey when nobody's watching it. It's a different dynamic once your head or the person who is that spiritual motor for you is gone. There's a different mindset that has to go into leadership once that happens, and a lot of people aren't prepared for it. A lot of people don't take the time to work to really make the scriptures and the application of the counsel that the teachers give you, make it theirs, so that transition is easier. Continue.
Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling.
And this is an example of that fear and trembling. Let that go and go to Luke chapter 5, verse 33 through 35.
Okay. Luke chapter 5, verse 33.
Let me get you. Luke 5 and 33. Read that.
Okay. It says, and they said unto him, why do the disciples of John fast often, and make prayer, and likewise the disciples of the Pharisees, but thine eat and drink?
He says, why is the disciples of John, why are they fasting? Why are the Pharisees fasting? But your disciples are eating and drinking and they're chilling. Read on.
And he said unto them, can ye make the children of the bride chamber fast, while the bridegroom is with them?
No. While the bridegroom is with them, why would the children of the bride chamber fast when the bridegroom is there? Why would the wife be in stress and in destitution if the husband's there? Read on.
But the days will come when the bridegroom shall be taken away from them, and then shall they fast in those days.
When that leader and that strength and that leader that you feeding off is gone, then you have to fast. Then you have to sit back here and really apply this word. Then you have to sit back here and live day to day by your decisions and by your motivations and your mentality and your decision, and you got to recollect all the decisions. Listen, you have to do a whole lot of recollecting and thinking and studying. And hey, what's my next move? Because I don't have anybody to bounce these thoughts off now. Now, if I make a bad choice, it's on me.
You're on your own.
And now all you can do is go off of the lessons you had in the past. That creates what? Stress.
Anxiety.
Anxiety. Now I'm sitting back here and fasting and I'm praying. I don't know what to do. That's a real thing. Because you don't feel that heat until that leader's gone. Until that strength is gone. Now you're fasting. Now you're wondering. Now you got to study. Now you got to sit back and double check and triple check and read and contemplate. And make sure you're making the right decisions. That feeling doesn't happen until that power source leaves.
Hoping that the spirit confirms what you're.
That's the point. Because
you can be smart all you want. You can be the smartest guy in the room. If the spirit doesn't confirm it, the spirit doesn't confirm it. You can be smart as you want.
Yep. And that's the point. And now, but you can be smart and make the wrong choice. You lose the camp. You lose your men. You react a certain way. You have a bad day. You react to a brother. You lose a brother. You better sit back here and remember all those lessons your teacher taught you. Because you can't afford to make a mistake now.
The people are riding on it.
I know.
And to be honest, your household is a reflection of where you are currently in the studying of the elders around you.
Yes.
Because the elder is the husband of the camp, so to speak. A husband meaning husbandry, being the one that pulls the weeds and invests dung inside the soil and plants seeds and make sure that the plants are healthy and not diseased.
Mm-hmm.
That's the product of the elder in leadership. But then in the home, the household is your personal husbandry. And so your personal husbandry is a testimony of future leadership. Every time. Because how you run your home is how you run your camp. It never changes. You might, for a period of time,
they're tied together. The Most High said, if a man know not how to rule well his own house, how should he rule the house of the Lord?
Come.
They're tied together.
Okay. So once what are we dealing with? The fact that when that bridegroom leaves is when the fasting begins. Is when you know for sure how strong you are, or how much wisdom you got, or how clear your thinking is. And when all these solutions and answers aren't readily provided to you. Now let's go back.
Now you're trying to take a crash course.
Not this. You're winging it now.
Yeah.
Or you better be in the book.
I got that Leadership for Dummies at Kinko's.
That yellow book. That yellow book.
Leadership for Dummies. I'm at Kinko's. Y'all got the Leadership for Dummies?
Where is it?
Yeah, where is it?
The new improved edition.
Camp instructions.
Camp edition.
Camp edition. Israelite edition.
That's hilarious.
What you want to say?
And this is why the studying and the reading is imperative. So. 2 Chronicles.
I gotta read one scripture real quick.
It is 24:2 where we go back to it.
I gotta read one scripture real quick.
Okay.
Ecclesiastes 10:3. It says
Ecclesiastes what?
10:3.
God. Ecclesiasticus chapter 10 verse 3. An unwise king destroyeth his people.
An unwise king, an undisciplined king, an unstructured king, an untrained and groomed king, an unlearned king does what?
Destroyeth his people.
Destroys the spiritual element of the people around him and the men around him. I'm not able to feed them. A lot of people they're spirit starved and they regress. Read.
But through the prudence of them which are in the authority, the city shall be inhabited.
The city, the camp, the household benefits and blossoms and grows and maintains an upward momentum swing. Right? When the men that are in authority or leadership or the authority figures at that moment, that current time, take pride in what they're doing and they maintain the lessons and the wisdom of their in tutelage. They were good students first. They were good scribes first. Mm-hmm. They were good followers first. And they graduate to a positive camp setting.
Yep.
Right? And they can replicate their teacher's thinking. They can replicate the decision-making process that works, the correct decision-making process. But if not, they'll be the what? What's the top of the scripture say? I'm done.
God. An unwise king.
But if I'm unwise, if I didn't study, I didn't follow, I didn't take lecture, I didn't take correction, I didn't use my household as a practice platform to practice my skill sets, the skill sets of leadership. Read on.
An unwise king destroyeth his people.
Then that's the product.
Okay.
How you are in your youth, he that gathered in his youth, right? If you gather nothing in the youth, you have nothing in that what?
In that age.
In that old age.
Come.
So that's the point. I don't make it long.
Okay, so let's go to 2 Chronicles 24 and 2.
Come, 2 Chronicles 24, verse 2. And Joash did that which was right in the sight of the Lord all the days of Jehoiada, the priest.
So what we went into this now is kind of like a foreshadowing of what's going to happen down the line. He's strong when Jehoiada, as long as Jehoiada is the high priest. His strength isn't about his heart was perfect with the Lord. Because when a person was perfect with the Lord, they would say, man, his heart was perfect with the Lord. It didn't say he's strong with the Lord all the days of Jehoiada the priest. Well, that doesn't even make sense. That's a different explanation to the reign of a king. This is the first time you've heard that down the line. Most time, either a guy whose heart was pure, he loved the Lord, or he didn't love the Lord.
He loved or he didn't.
This guy loved the Lord as long as this guy was here.
Yeah.
And that's what it's saying. So let's keep going.
Come, verse 3. And Jehoiada took for him 2 wives.
So what he's saying, what did Jehoiada do? He picked his ribs. Jehoiada picked his ribs. It also shows you Jehoiada had a strong influence on this man's life.
Wow.
If you're picking his ribs out,
That
that
means
means
something.
you're sitting back here, you're making a lot of this man's life choices for him. Huh?
No Athaliah, Isaac.
And listen, no other we're gonna get you a humble lady. We are breaking the cycle, my son. We are reversing the curses.
But I love her.
No. We're gonna listen. What it shows you is the level of influence Jehoiada had on this man's life. So he wasn't. It also showed he wasn't thinking for himself. Joash wasn't thinking for himself. He was following. So Joash was a good follower, which is nothing wrong with that. For him to be choosing his father, his sons out, and his wives, that means this guy's following, but he ain't. You don't know where his decision making is yet.
Okay.
You don't know how he thinks, because the strong influence is hovering over his life, helping him make the right choices.
You know, and that's the deception of the fall of mankind, is when Eve decided to go beyond her husband, following instruction, and started thinking for herself.
Yep.
That was the beginning of the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then brought that back to her husband.
No, but he's a man. He's supposed to eventually learn the pattern, and once he learns the pattern, starts to learn how to think like this man, like this man Jehoiada would think, so he can get in line and stay strong. Yes, sir.
I was going to say that's no different than Saul when he had Samuel on his back. Always giving him the answers, helping him out.
Yeah. Saul was that strength. Saul was always the strength. I mean, I'm saying Samuel was the strength, and Saul never just took on and learned how to think like Samuel.
Then he want to raise him from the dead. I need some
answers.
I need some answers.
Let me call Samuel. But that's the point. These guys, they had these strong mentors, and they never learned to think like those mentors, and they ended up hitting roadblocks because of it. So, give me verse 3 again.
Come, verse 3. And Jehoiada took for him 2 wives, and he begat sons and daughters.
Okay, so listen, things are going good. Life is good. Read on.
And it came to pass after this that Joash was minded to repair the house of the Most High.
So he's sitting back here and looking at the temple, and is like, man, it's time to fix the temple. The temple looks kind of beat up. The temple is the construction's shoddy. Let me sit back here and do some good works. And now this came from his spirit. Let's fix this temple up. The temple's beat up. Let's clean it up. Let's put some money into it. Read on.
Verse 5. And he gathered together the priests and the Levites, and said to them, Go out unto the city of Judah and gather
the cities
of Judah, and gather of Israel money to repair the house of the Most High,
of your power
from year to year, and see that ye hasten the matter.
Meaning, and hurry up on this process. Let's not waste a lot of time in the process of getting these funds built up to go put forward towards construction. Read on.
Howbeit, the Levites hasten it not.
So listen, it doesn't go into specifics about why the Levites didn't get it done. It just shows that they didn't hasten, they didn't hurry with it, and they weren't effective in the process of raising the money to rebuild the temple.
Well, you know, Christ said in Matthew, he said, where your treasure is, your heart will be also.
Yes.
So what's important to you, that's where you're going to put your effort.
Exactly. Now,
True.
it seemed like on the outside that the priests were more focused on just doing their work in the temple, and they were less focused on the pushing and the mandating of getting Israel to come out of their pocket to pay for it. In different readings, as we're going to go into, it talks about some of the priests didn't think that Judah was going to come out of their pocket and pay.
They might have been right.
Listen, I'm telling you, there's certain
How much is going to come?
they was like, man, these black folks ain't gonna sit back here and spend this money out. They ain't gonna do that out. I don't believe it. I don't believe they're gonna do it. And then this is really where it's said. Some of them didn't think they was gonna do it. Then it goes into some might have thought that the monies and the funds that were collected was misappropriated.
Oh, here we go.
There was different kind of reasons why there was a concern
There was a
about
This
how come
trust.
this money didn't come back.
The
The money
treasury-
didn't come back. I dropped an order. How come nobody's sending? How come there's no repairs done? And everybody got their reasons.
it's an insurance scam.
Listen, I don't want to sit back here and push a reason one way or the other because I don't know. I don't want to speculate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm just painting what the different writings and different explanations came to be. So let's read verse 6.
Verse 6.
But my heart wants to believe that they didn't think they'd go out there and get that money. Jake was going to sit back here and spend it out and come out of pocket out. That's where I kind of want to believe, because being in this position, Israel don't want to come out of nothing when it comes to tight side. A couple brothers do, nobody else does. So that's where I'm kind of inclined to think about the type demon out.
Yeah.
But the crazy thing is we're going to go into even on the priestly level, there were certain priestly offerings that had to get paid by the Jews anyway. And we'll go into that a little bit too. So let's read on in verse 6.
Verse 6. And the king called for Jehoiada the chief.
We're going to take a little time in this, but let's read that. He called for Jehoiada. That's his father.
Jehoiada.
Listen, the king Joash is calling for his father in the spirit. Jehoiada, which is the high priest.
Come.
Read on.
And said unto him, Why hast thou not required of the Levites to bring it out of Judah, and out of the Levites to bring it out of Judah and out of Jerusalem the collection, according to the commandments of Moses, the servants of the Most High, and of the congregation of Israel, for the tabernacles of witness.
So what he's saying is he's first of all he's checking Jehoiada, which is his father. Now he's feeling himself out. Now he has
The same man that chose his wife for him.
That is the same one that chose his wife for him, and that was like his father for all these many years. Now he's sitting back here hitting up this man, saying, "How come you just sit back here and get this money?" And first of all, he's not sitting back here and forcing him to give up money that's not lawful. He said Moses set down these expectations that the Jews were supposed to pay this amount of money annually. We'll go into that in a second. But he's checking about how come there wasn't an expedient push to collect the funds. So hold this. Now we're going to jump to we're going to go to I lost my place. Okay, 2 Kings 12 verse 1 through 8. 2 Kings 12 verse 1 through 8.
2 Kings chapter 12 verse 1.
And then we're going to go to Josephus after that, because we're going to go it's going to be Josephus 9 and 8, and we're going to go from paragraph 2. We're going to go from paragraph 2 to the middle of paragraph 2. Okay, so let's get this. Let me type it up real quick and get this new one in. It's 2 Kings 12 and 1 through 8.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 12 verse 1. And the 7th year of Jehu, Joash began to reign. And 40 years reigned and he in Jerusalem. And his mother name was Ziba of Beersheba,
Mm-hmm.
and Joash.
Joash. Now here they're changing up the spelling.
Yeah.
In Chronicles is Joash, and here is Jehoash. It's the same thing. Jehoash, Joash. It's the same guy. Read on.
And Jehoash did that which was right in the sight of the Most High all the days wherein Jehoiada the priest instructed him.
Now this went into the specific about the instruction. Now the Chronicles said he did what he was told all the days of Jehoiada. Now King said he did everything. He was on point. He was a righteous king as long as Jehoiada was giving him orders. That makes more sense right now. It's getting clearer. As long as Jehoiada was that strong influence that was choosing his wives, giving him clarity, giving him counsel, teaching him how to look at things the right way, he was on point. Read on.
But the high places were not taken away.
Listen, all of the idolatry wasn't eliminated. There were still pockets of Israelites or Jews, to be specific, that were still following idols, worshiping other gods. They were still doing it. Read on.
The people still sacrificed and burnt incense into high places.
Yep.
And Joash said unto the priest, all the money of the
dedicated things
that is brought into the house of the Most High, even the money of every one that passeth the account, the money that every man is set at, and all the money that cometh into any man's heart to bring it into the house of the Most High. Verse 5.
So what is this? I'm going to go into specifics about those monies and what that means in a short second. It's just we're going to go into like some Exodus verses that kind of explain what that money being set at is. But let's keep going.
God, verse 5. Let the priest take it to them, every man of his acquaintance, and let there repair the breaches of the house.
Yep.
Wheresoever any breach shall be found.
So the point of taking the money and to get the money is to repair the breaches, the what do you call it? The outer facade breaches or the cosmetics, the cracks, the cosmetics of the temple had to get repaired.
Shifting in the foundation.
It was some foundation. The wood was crackling.
Right.
By that time, the wood was getting bad.
It's wear and tear, bro.
It was wear and tear. It was time to start replacing the stuff inside. Read on.
God, verse 6. But it was so that in the 23rd year of King Joash, the priest had not repaired the breaches of the house.
Now this goes into now how long King Jehoash was in power. So he didn't become king until he was 7. He was 30 years old. So now he's listen, at 30 years old, you're supposed to be able to make some damn grown man decisions at that time, man. You had 30 years of mentorship by this man Jehoiada. You should be okay by now. So now he's sitting back here and he's realizing they haven't repaired these breaches yet. Read on.
Verse 7. The king Joash called for Jehoiada the priest and the other priests, and said unto them, why repair ye not the breach of the house? Now therefore receive no more money of your acquaintance.
He says, listen, you're not going to get no money for your priest work until the money gets put on the damn school.
Damn, that's heavy.
So what he's showing you is, listen, obviously there was a misappropriation of money.
Be careful.
And whatever money they were sitting back here and collecting wasn't going on the repairs of the temple. So he's like, listen, you're not going to receive your cut, your offering money that was given to the priest until the priest's house gets squared away. So obviously there was some sloth going on in Levittown now. Levites they were misappropriating the money.
Where's all that gold at?
There's gold. Listen, it's torn up wood somewhere. And Levi got gold, and they spending money on things.
Right.
So pretty much what he's saying is there's misappropriation of funds. That's what the scripture says. Okay, read on.
Now therefore receive no more money of your acquaintance, but deliver it to the breach. But deliver it for the breaches of the house. And the priest
consented.
And the priest consented to receive no money.
They're like, man, okay, we won't take any more money. We're not going to get more money. We're not going to take the money and spend money on whatever the hell we want to
But we're
spend money
inside
on.
of it.
Nope. So it just shows you the little idiosyncrasies and the bad management that Israel's always notoriously been known for. Right? So you're not going to sit back here and take some money and grease your palms, put the money back into the school. Read on.
And the priest consented to receive no more money of the people.
When you think about it, the people were being forced to follow after idols.
Huh?
They were worshiping Baal.
Yeah,
You know,
and that's another thing. That's why I said it was partially about misappropriation, and it was partially about the Jews were sitting back here skeptical about putting money into the temple.
Right, especially when Baal is the focus.
Yes.
If you put the money into the temples of Baal, the temples get neglected. So there's money getting brought in, but nobody's really, overseeing that money.
I'm gonna say this. We're gonna read it more in detail in Chronicles. But the reason that the temple was stripped so bare was Athaliah was stealing gold and all the importance of the temple and put it into the Baal temple.
Exactly.
So that's part of the reason why the temple was so jacked up in the first place.
Right.
Now they're not going to take that gold and all those delicate articles that was in the temple that got switched to Baal to go back to the temple, because that's defiled. So remember they broke down the Baal's temple in the last chapter.
Okay.
So whatever was in that temple was destroyed. But Athaliah took gold and precious items from the temple to send it to the Baal temple.
Wow.
So just think how the Jews were hesitant to even put money back into the temple in the first
It
place.
had been neglected for so many years.
It was neglected, and the temple was being stripped anyway. So in their head, why would I keep putting money into a system that's not, you won't see where your money goes.
Exactly.
So it's going to go into more detail when we go into this
Wow.
Matthew Henry and the Josephus. It's going to give more explanation about the situation. So we're going to hold this, go to Matthew Henry, page 416, and that's what I got. Matthew Henry 4:16, page 416. It says, an account of the repairing of the temple in the reign of Joash. Though Solomon built it of the best materials and in the best manner, yet in time it went to decay. And there were breaches found. Even temples themselves are the worst for the wearing. But the heavenly temple will never wax old. Okay? Yet it was not only the teeth of time that made these breaches. The sons of Athaliah had broken up the house of the Most High. We're going to read that in the next verse in Chronicles. The king himself, matter of fact, let's read that. 2 Chronicles 24:7. 2 Chronicles 24:7.
Done.
Read it.
Slack.
Somebody give it to me.
2 Chronicles 24 and verse 7. For the sons of Athaliah, that wicked woman, had broken up the house of the Most High, and also all the dedicated things of the house of the Lord did they bestow upon Baalim.
Those dedicated things are what? The censers, the candles,
The candlesticks.
all those hallowed items. They pulled that out, bro.
crazy.
They're taking all the fancy gold stuff. Think about everything we have that has some kind of look and value. That stuff got taken out and sent to the Baal temple. So now all those trinkets are gone, and the gold, the trinkets are all gone,
It's bare.
and the wood and all the structural damage is starting to happen. All these things are happening all at one time. So inside this, you can tell where Israel is based on how the temple looked.
And the temple is based upon how the leadership is.
Exactly the case. So they were taking gold. Remember how the temple looked? We got some pictures on it. The temple was immaculate. That one. There. Look at the gold inside. Look at the golden candles, the gold inside. They were stripping that stuff bare. Taking all, because it was gold that was on top of the wood. They were taking the gold off the
It's
wood.
overlaid.
They were taking all that overlaid gold out. It was just wood in the damn temple out. All the intricate pieces inside were being taken out. You would imagine all those lavers were being taken out.
Brass.
And those brass lavers, all those brass lavers were the water, that was getting taken out.
Anything of value. Bro.
It was going to Baal's temple. on top of just basic structural damage that happens over wear and tear. Stand up again over time. Okay, so this is what's happening in general. Okay, so we read verse 7 again. Verse 7 again, 24 and 7.
God, 2 Chronicles 24 and verse 7. For the sons of Athaliah, that wicked woman, had broken up the house of the Most High, and also all the dedicated things of the house of the Lord.
Those dedicated things, the altar of incense, the table of showbread. You have the bronze basins, the molten sea, the brass altar, the 10 menorahs. You had a whole bunch of gold in there that had to get taken out and get squared away for the other damn priest's spot, the Baal temple, and structural damage. Things were in shambles over a short period of time. Okay, so now let that verse go. We're going to go and continue on in the Matthew Henry commentary. The king himself was the first and forwardest man that took care of the repair of it, which is positive, because he was the king. And the Most High expects and requires for those who have power that they use it for the maintenance and support of religion and redress of grievances and reparation of decays, like you said. That decayed building was symbolic of the leadership. Now Jehoash is of age, he's 30. Now he's trying to sit back here and reconstruct how the temple looks. Okay? Because the temple had been both his nursery, which it was, those little side areas is where his nursery was, and his sanctuary when he was a child, in a grateful remembrance of which he now appeared zealous for the honor of it. Those who have experienced the comfort and benefit of religious assemblies will make the support of them their care, and the prosperity of them their chief joy. Obvious. That was his childhood home. He would sit back here and want to sit back and invest money and resources back in the place that was his house. It makes perfect sense. The priests were ordered to collect money for these repairs and to take care that the work was done. He gave them orders for the levying of the money. They must not stay till it was paid in, but they must call for it where they knew it was due in their respective districts as redemption money by virtue of the law. Exodus chapter 30 and verse 12. We're going to go there. Exodus 30 and verse 12.
Go. Exodus chapter 30, verse 12.
Let's sit back here and go here. This is those funds that, this was the source that those funds were supposed to come from, that Joash was trying to explain. Read that.
Exodus chapter 30, verse 12. When thou takest the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto the Most High.
So that money that everybody had to give up was supposed to go to the Levites for the temple, for the upkeep of the place, for the Lord. Now that money that's going to the Lord, was it going to the Lord?
No.
Or was it going to the Most High's work? And the work was supposed to be the temple. Okay, read on.
When thou numberest them, that there be no plague among them.
So there was monies that had to go to the temple so that the Most High wouldn't destroy the people. And this was a law that had to go into effect throughout the generations. So this was the money that Joash was, how come you're not taking this money and putting it on repairs?
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to get no bread until stop taking money. Stop collecting money. Stop taking the money because you're messing up the damn, you're misappropriating the funds.
It's not going the right.
It's not going to the damn temple. Put the money into fixing the structure of the building, so it's not raining inside. You know it had leaks in the damn temple. Like, you know how some nigga shit is at.
Yeah.
You don't take care of the wood. The wood's rotten. So this is what he's explaining. But lawfully, Israel, the whole nation, the southern kingdom at least, was supposed to bring this money up to the temple. So that's what's happening. So, let me see. Read verse 13.
Come on, verse 13. This they shall give every one that passeth among them that are numbered. Half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary.
Half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. Read on.
A shekel is 20 gerahs, and half shekel shall be the offering of the Most High.
So everybody in the nation had to give up a half shekel, and that money went to the temple. But obviously, if Joash is saying, y'all can't take any money for y'all, they were taking that money and using it for themselves. This was unlawful. This should have been in the temple already to be accessible. But bad habits were already happening. Athaliah was in charge. She probably took the money before she died. She was probably taking that money and sending it to Baal. However you want to explain it, the misappropriation was already running rampant amongst the Levite priests. The culture was bad, bro. It was bad damn culture. So now here we're like, it says as redemption money. The redemption money is what we're talking about right here. That half shekel per person. Then it says, or as estimation money by virtue of the law. Leviticus 27 verse 2. Leviticus 27 verse 2 and 3.
Leviticus 27 and verse 2.
Let me type it up and get it ready to roll. Leviticus 27 verse 2 through 3. Read on.
Speaking to the children of Israel, and saying to them, when a man shall make a singular vow, the persons shall be for the Lord by thy estimation. And thy estimation shall be of the male from 20 years old, even until 60 years old. Even thy estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver.
So, first of all, in Exodus, that was what was mandatory. Now, this estimation law is for your offering. And he says if there was a singular vow, this is how much that vow should be given for the sanctuary. Read on.
Verse 3 again?
Yeah, verse 3 again.
And thy estimation shall be of the male from 20 years old, even unto the 60-year-old. Even thy estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary. After the similitude of that offering that everybody has to mandatory give. Everybody has to mandatory give that shekel. This estimation is a vow that people have to give. Yes, sir.
I just to go over what was read in Exodus, Matthew chapter 17 and verse 24, and it reads, it says, and when they were come to Capernaum, they that received tribute money came to Peter and said, doth not your master pay tribute? He said, yes. And when he was come unto the house, Yahushua prevented him, saying, what thinkest thou, Simon? Of whom do the kings of the earth take custom or tribute, or their own children, or strangers? Peter said unto him, of strangers. Yahushua said unto him, then are the children free. Verse 27. That's the point I want to get to. Notwithstanding, lest we should offend them, go thou to the sea and cast a hook, and take up the fish. That fish cometh up, and when thou hast opened his mouth, thou shalt find a piece of money. That take and give unto them for me and thee. So this shekel is going back to what we read in Exodus.
It's that money that was supposed to go for the upkeep of the temple and the sustaining of the priests. The problem was that money in Exodus was temple money that had to stay for the temple. Then you had the vow that was a separate vow that was supposed to go to the temple. That was a separate vow that came out of the kindness of your heart, but that vow was supposed to be in the 50 shekel range, and that's what it said in Leviticus 27. Read Leviticus 27 again. 27, verse 2 and 3. Give me verse 3. Let's get right to the point.
Leviticus 27 and verse 3. And thy estimation shall be of the male from 20 years old, even until 60 years old. Even thy estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary.
We're going to keep reading. Keep reading.
And if it be a female, then thy estimation shall be 30 shekels. And if it be from 5 years old, even until 20 years old, then thy estimation shall be of the male 20 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels.
So everybody was giving. And this was a vow. If you was going to give a vow, this is what you had to give a vow for based on your age and your gender. Read on.
Verse 6. And if it be from a month old, even until 5 years old,
That's awesome.
then thy estimation shall be of the male 5 shekels of silver.
Your daddy had to pay that, come out of pocket and pay that out. Read on.
And for the female, thy estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if it be from 60 years old and above, if it be a male, then thy estimation shall be 50 shekels. And for the female, 10 shekels. 15 shekels, slack it. And for the female, 10 shekels. Verse 8. But if he be poorer than thy estimation, then he shall present himself before the priest, and the priest shall value him according to his ability. That vow shall the priest value him.
So once again, when you give a vow, they would base that vow based off what you were able to provide and give. And again, everybody gave that number and they gave it to the priest.
Let me see a bill sheet, bro.
That was what it was.
Yeah.
Let me see a bill sheet, and whatever you can give, you give based off your bill sheet. If you don't got it, you give less. The point was this: was those monies were supposed to go to the upkeep of the temple. So what Joash was saying is, Levites, go and hit everybody up for their estimation fund. Listen, you were supposed to give that half a shekel across the board every year anyway. But now he was telling the priests to go and get that estimation fund so we can raise up the money to rebuild this temple. And they weren't doing it. Now either they were doing it and pocketing the money, or they didn't sit back and vigorously pursue it.
It wasn't thorough.
One or the other. What we do know what the scripture says is he says y'all can't get paid no more until this damn temple gets put together. And they all agreed, no, I'm not accepting payments. I'm not going to take no more money. I'll just hold off. That's what we know. All right. So I'm gonna keep reading in Matthew Henry. So I'm gonna read from the top. The priests were ordered to collect money for these repairs and to take care that the work was done. He gave them orders for the levying of the money. They must not stay till it was paid in, but they must call for it where they knew it was due in their respective districts. As redemption money, which we talked about, that's shekel, or as estimation money, by virtue of the estimation money was what? It was the free will offering, the vow, or as a free will offering. And that's all in Leviticus 27. This method did not answer the intention. Little money was raised. Either the priests were careless and didn't call on the people to pay their dues, or the people had so little confidence in the priest management that they were backward to pay money into their hands. But what money was raised was not applied to the proper use. The breaches of the house were not repaired. So once again, whether they didn't collect all the money, whether the people weren't confident in the collection of money, whether the priests were misappropriating funds, it was probably a combination of all things.
Hey, did you get what you like?
No, go ahead.
Turmeric, man. I need some turmeric. I think we all need turmeric in our life, man. But let's
Let me get a cup or something.
No.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah, cup.
I'm drinking water.
Tres
I'm
cups.
drinking water, bro. No, yeah, I'm drinking water.
Okay, slack.
Okay, so
2 cups.
I'm good now.
No
need for cups now. No cups now. There's no cups anywhere in there. So there we go. So okay, where we're gonna go now is okay. Let's go now to Josephus, book 9, chapter 8, paragraph 2. We're gonna read to 2 to 2.5.
Yeah.
To the middle of 2.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 9, chapter 8, paragraph 2, line 161. Ready?
Yep.
Now Jehoash, king of Jerusalem, had an inclination to repair the temple of the Most High. So he called Jehoiada and bade him send the Levites and priests through all the country to require half a shekel of silver for every head.
And that's according to the law in Exodus 30. Read on.
Towards the rebuilding and repairing of the temple, which was brought to decay by Jehoram and Athaliah and her sons. But the high priest did not do this, as concluding that no one would willingly pay that money. But in the
So obviously there was such an issue. Jake wasn't paying no bread out. Listen, Israel wasn't paying no bread. There was distrust in the church. I ain't giving no money to the preacher man now.
But I get,
because that's how. Listen, that's our people, right?
That's the same mind for today.
That's what it is, right? There was distrust in giving to the priest, so there wasn't any confidence.
What y'all gonna do with the money?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where the money going? Yeah. It going in your pockets, huh? Nah, I pass. I pass. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Yeah.
But that was happening back then. It's happening now. It's always been happening. And the truth is, from looking in the temple, you can tell it was raggedy. So you're like, why
I'm not
into this
gonna
raggedy
put money
temple?
into this.
It's going in your pocket. It ain't going to the temple.
Camp morale was down.
Camp morale was down. And that's the truth. So now continue.
But the high priest did not do this, as concluding that no one would willingly pay that money. But in the 23rd year of Jehoash's reign, when the king sent for him and the Levites, and complained that they had not obeyed what he enjoined them, and still commanded them to take care of the rebuilding of the temple, he used this stratagem for collecting the money, with which the multitude was pleased.
Let's keep reading. The people were pleased with what he did and how he orchestrated this fundraiser. Read on.
He made a wooden chest and closed it up fast on all sides, but opened one hole in it. He then set it in the temple beside the altar, and desired everyone to cast into it through the hole what he pleased for the repair of the temple. This contrivance was acceptable to the people.
So obviously they saw that the king set this box up. It was a lockable box. It was just one hole in it. They said, put your money here. Let's rebuild the temple, and it came from the king.
A donation box.
It was a donation box. I'm trying to put right where the temple, right where the altar was. It's online. Right where the altar was is where they put the donation box out. Right where all that fire on animals getting burnt and they sacrifice was happening. Then all of a sudden they put the money in the collection plate out. Right there next to the altar. Okay? Read on.
And they strove one with another and brought in jointly large quantities.
And then they strove. Then they said, I'll put more money in it. I'll put 10 seconds. No, I got 15. Yeah. Now they're sitting back here and competing with each other. Because when it was in front of a bunch of people.
Oh, yeah.
And now when you got to give in front of people, now it's a competition now.
Right.
I just dropped 7 shekels. How about you?
I love the Lord more than you.
The water. Then I got 10 on it. No, I got 15. You got Jake's pride in there. Now all of a sudden there's enough to fix the temple. It was in front of everybody because all the people are waiting to get their sacrifices done. They see how much money's getting put in there.
One at a time.
Yeah, the clip.
And
all of a sudden, okay, I got you. Oh, you want to fraud? Okay, hey, babe, come back and get some more money, man. I'll hold the animals. Come on through. Bring around 15 shekels. And the word scatters, right? And all of a sudden, there's enough for the temple.
You know, because Israel love the way the money counter sounds.
That's so hilarious.
You know, you got somebody at the bank, and they machine counting out, they kind of turn around and look at you like, yeah, that's me. Yeah.
That's damn hilarious.
Hey, does have a nice little sound to it.
Yeah, they love that sound. They love that money flickering.
Oh my gosh.
I go in the bank, I be hearing that like, who is this?
Balling over there. That money's been there for a long time. And those hundreds of 20s, I don't know. So anyway, this is what's happening. The people were pleased. There was healthy competition. And the money is getting raised.
The Most High wins it is.
The Most High won now. So listen, this guy is 30 years old. He's making a good choice right here. Read on.
And brought in jointly large quantities of silver and gold. And when the scribe and the priest that were over the treasuries had emptied the chest and counted the money in the king's presence, they then set it in its former place. And thus did they every day.
So listen, then they put the collection box out there every day. And they count the money in front of the king, so the king will make sure what? Nobody's stealing the bread. And all the money is being appropriated to the right place. Read on.
But when the multitude appeared to have cast in as much as was wanted, the high priest Jehoiada and the king Joash sent to hire masons and carpenters, and to buy large pieces of timber, and of the most curious sort. And when they had repaired the temple, they made use of the remaining gold and silver, which was not a little, for bowls and basins, and cups and other vessels. And they went on to make the altar every day fat with sacrifices of great
They had to replace those vessels that was sent to the Baal temple.
Mm-hmm.
So all the extra gold was used to sit back and replace all the cups, all the items that was taken and looted by Athaliah, okay, and her sons.
You know, our people notorious for, if they don't give it to the church, they throw it in the strippers. Or they throwing it at the mall.
Yeah.
They're popping tags at the mall.
Yeah.
Somebody gonna get the money.
Somebody gonna get the money.
Somebody gonna get the money when our people don't give it to
It's
them.
always the weed man, the Jordan
The
man.
weed
Jordan
man.
man.
Yeah, we at the mall. We were competing against like where your people's money was gonna go out. I can't get. I gotta buy.
Jordans.
Gotta give me an ounce tonight. Like, come on, bro. No. You can smell good, bro.
Yeah.
You're competing for them. These
For them idols, for them other idols.
These other entities are gonna absorb the money, so you gotta fight for it.
That's hilarious.
That was it.
The weed man.
Is the Arab guy with the chains? With the
Oh,
gold?
man,
They
yes.
love it. They love to give their money to Ishmael.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But remember, the military act on Saturday
Oh, my
night,
goodness.
that money was burning out of their hand. Right? They had to listen. Remember when CDs was a shit? Remember they come out with like 15 CDs out.
50 CD with $20 a piece.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It was like 10 to 15.
You got all the music.
You got to catch them before it was when they get right out of after 2 weeks of basic.
Yeah.
They are blowing money, bro. You had to catch them before they went to Sam Goody Act.
Yeah.
I gotta get them before they get to Goody Act. Goody Act, that was done. That was done after they went to Sam Goody Act. Camelot, Sam Goody, it was over, right?
Yeah.
I remember them days, in Jordan's, Anyway, those are demons, Those are demons,
I'll be right back. I gotta go buy his Jordans.
Like, oh, it's over. It's
Everybody
over.
got the Jordans. Everybody got the Jordans. Everybody got them already.
They don't got this. They don't got this. It's hilarious. All facts, man. So this is what's happening. Where are you at?
At the end of
Finish it up.
God. And these things were taken suitable care of as long as Jehoiada lived.
So Jehoiada made sure that the money was appropriated in the right direction for the upkeep of the building, the upkeep of the temple, and the sustaining of the temple. Okay. We're going to now go and read that in the scriptures. Let's do 2 Kings 12 verse 9.
God. 2 Kings.
Verse 9
You know what's
through
so funny,
16, if I'm
you know
not
what's so funny,
mistaken. Yeah, 9
Our
through
people
16.
always talk about getting knowledge of self. They don't need the Bible.
I know.
We're always saying, but you gotta get knowledge of self. Our people love to say that. But when you actually find the Bible,
Especially in the 90s. That statement was a 90s statement.
But you get knowledge of self. We don't have knowledge of self. Know who you are. Know yourself, brother.
Okay.
But because the Bible, nobody wants to read it. But it's good to know. It's good to know this
Listen,
information, bro.
it's very important to read this, and we can get into this later on. It's going to get even more thicker and meatier. 2 Kings 12 verse 9 through 16.
God. 2 Kings 12 verse 9.
Now listen. Matter of fact, let's read verse 7 again as a reminder of what's going on.
12 verse 7.
Yeah.
God. 2 Kings 12 verse 7. Then King Joash called Jehoiada the priest and the other priests and said unto them, Why repair ye not the breach of the house? Now therefore receive no more money of your acquaintance.
You're not getting no more of that money going your direction.
No way.
I'm going to take over control of where the money goes and how it's distributed. Read on.
But deliver it for the breaches of the house.
The money that you've been taking is now going to go to the breaches to fix the breach of the house. Read on.
And the priest consented to receive no more money of the people.
They're not going to take no more money from the people out. Read on.
Neither to repair the breaches of the house.
You know what it shows? That if nobody would have said nothing,
Yep.
things would have continued as normal.
And the house would have kept eroding.
Nobody
Yep.
would say nothing. If nobody brought it up and said, man, this is important, everybody else would have had their own.
They wouldn't have took responsibility
They
for
would have had
it.
their own list of priorities.
Because you know what their priority was? All I'm caring about is doing my priestly duty.
Yep.
I don't care if the roof is leaking.
The roof got holes in it.
I got holes in it, it's leaking, it's dripping out. I don't care. I'm doing my job and I'm going home and living my life.
That's the definition of a hole in the wall.
Kinda, and that's the whole thing. And he says the priest consented not to receive any money of the people, nor to repair the breach of the house. That means they were taking their responsibility. They lost the responsibility of even doing the work to repair the breaches.
Right, but also it just shows that if it doesn't affect me directly, then I'm not giving.
Wow.
It doesn't affect me directly.
That's our
Exactly.
Now that it's affecting them directly and it's affecting their payroll.
Yep.
Now we got to go ahead and put the money. Now we put the money back in the church.
But what Joash did is, I'm not going to let you. He says the priest consented to receive no more money of the people, neither to repair the breach of the house. They were stripped of their responsibility to even do that.
Yeah.
Joash, man, I'm taking all the responsibility. I'm gonna make sure it gets done because I can't give you money to do nothing.
But he left from the front.
Because I don't.
But he left from the front because he made sure it was. He made sure it was read. He made sure the spirit was right. He made sure the will was done.
That's my point.
He
My
made
point is,
sure.
I'm going to make sure I appropriate the money where it's going to go.
Yeah.
Because I told you to do it. You're not going to do it. You didn't do it. You took the money and misappropriated. So I'm going to take y'all off the duty of it.
Yeah.
Listen, don't worry about it. You do your pre-shit. I'll make sure
It's gonna get done.
The real shit gets done. I'm going to get it done.
Yeah, come.
Because you don't want to do it, I'll do it. This is what Joash is doing. Okay, now keep going. Verse 9.
Okay, verse 9. But Jehoiada the priest took a chest and bored a hole in the lid of it.
The size of the money, man. Whatever the size of money was, he put a hole enough for that money. Read on.
And set it beside the altar, on the right side, as one cometh into the house of the Most High.
That must have been big, because if you look at the images on the screen,
Yeah.
as you're entering from the right, you enter into the outer court, and then you're waiting in line to sit back here and get to the actual temple on the inner court to offer your offerings. That box had to be to the right of the big box had to be right of the actual altar. Okay, where the sacrifices going on.
You know, so somebody got to kickstart the charity.
Kinda.
If nobody kickstart the charity, nobody's going to do it.
Exactly.
Nobody's going to be charitable.
Exactly. So the money is the box is right next to where you're sending up your dead animal to get sacrificed. So you have to see the box.
It ain't like you didn't see
You
it.
know, you can't let this. Oh, I'm just here to sacrifice.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it to the right. No, it's just here. Just gonna kill this animal.
Baby, don't look over there.
Yeah, don't look over there. That ain't nothing. That ain't nothing.
Don't look over there.
That's a toy box.
Keep walking.
That's a toy chest.
Yeah. Look at the
No,
fire.
that's the money for the damn temple.
Look at the fire. Keep your eyes on the fire.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what's happening, man. So let's keep going.
God. And the priest that kept the door put therein all the money that was brought into the house of the Most High.
So that means they took the money and put the money into the damn thing. So they weren't going into the inner temple. They just were there watching it happen. They gave them the money. The money got dropped into the offering table, and they moved on. The priest did that, not the people. The priest took the money and put it into the offering table. Read on.
Verse 10. And it was so, when they saw that there was much money in the chest, that the king's scribe and the high priest came up, and they put up in bags and told the money that was found in the house of the Most High.
So this is the situation. He says the king's scribe had to sit back here and hover over the Levites. He had to send his money guy, his tax man. He sent the king's tax man to go with the priest to bring the money up to him. Because he didn't trust him. He didn't trust the priest with money. You know, that's the truth. He didn't trust the priest when he brought his tax man there. Right?
You know, it also showed Corinthians said the Jews require a sign.
Yep.
Well, our people require. They need to see it to believe it. I need to see where the money's going, and then I'll believe. Then I believe you're doing what's right.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to see the priest collecting it and putting it in the box.
Huh?
Otherwise, they're like, man, I can't believe it.
A lot of sticky fingers.
Yeah.
There's a lot of priests and porters running around here, door guys. There's a lot of money they could have sat back here and try to get their hands on the bread out. There's a lot of Levites circulating in and out week to week.
God.
You don't know who's taking the money.
Somebody told a story about your boy Joel Osteen.
My boy.
Not my boy, but you know, the homie Joel
Yeah,
Osteen.
the
He's not the
I'm just
homie.
messing with you.
I don't like that guy, but Joel Osteen, some kind of way there was money being put in the bathroom walls. It was like so much money being put in the bathroom walls, like it'd be like $1 million.
It's crazy. Yeah.
And the guy was fixing the toilet, and the midst of him fixing the toilet, he opened the wall up and found all his cash. And so from that point, he reported the cash, and then Joel Osteen gave him a little.
Did he
bit.
report all the cash, man?
Well, he reported it, right, and then Joel Osteen broke him off a little bit, like 10, 20 G's, right? But somebody was putting money in that wall. I mean, it could have been him, but there's money being placed in the wall.
Well, I'll tell you
I believe
what,
it.
during that freeze that we had 2 years ago.
They wasn't letting Jake in there.
Yeah, everybody else. No, I take it back. It was the flood. It was
Yeah,
in
it was a
Houston.
flood.
It was when Houston flooded.
Yeah.
And the Osteen complex was above ground, but they wouldn't let nobody in the church.
Yep.
Everybody was floating around in cars and boats and water,
Yep.
but nobody was allowed to go into the church for sanctuary.
Wow.
To get out the water. He wouldn't open the church doors.
He had money in the walls.
He had a reason to hide. He had a reason to hide it.
You can't go
That
there.
would make sense.
No, I can't go
You gonna be in the bathroom.
Yeah.
You gonna be tearing shit up in the bathroom. You might
We got the answers.
And I'm pretty sure there's more than one stash in there. He got more than one stash.
In
It's not
the
just
wall,
the bathroom, man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that makes sense now. I can't let people see my stash because they ain't reporting nothing.
Yeah.
If they find it, it's gone. Anyway, so where are we at? Verse what?
Verse 11.
Okay.
And they gave the money, being told into the hands of them that did the work.
So what it's saying is, Jehoiada and the scribe directly gave the money to the workers to get the job done, versus giving it to the Levites to disperse it how they thought. Whether they was going to cut corners or do sham jobs, Joash was the one who sat back here and gave the money directly to the workers, the craftsmen, the woodsmen, the woodcrafters, what have you. Read on.
Come. And they gave the money, being told into the hands of them that did the work, that had the oversight of the house of the Most High. And they laid it out to the carpenters and the builders that wrought upon the house of the Most High.
So they were sitting back here in charge of bringing all the workers in here to get the job done. Read on.
And to masons and hewers of stones, and to buy timber and hewed stones to repair the breaches of the house of the Most High, and for all that was laid out of the house to repair it. Verse 13. Howbeit there were not made for the house of the Most High bowls or silver, snuffers, basins, trumpets, any vessels of gold or vessels of silver, of the money that were brought into the house of the Most High.
Because, he says, I'm not going to put that money on the silvery things and the shiny things. I need to make sure the structure is set up right. Let me first focus on the structure. That was what my mind was anyway. But anyway, first focus on the structure. I'm not going to put this money into these bowls and these snuffers and basins and trumpets. Not right now. Read on.
Verse 14. But they gave that to the workmen and repaired therewith the house of the Most High.
Exactly. They worked on the structure. Read on.
Moreover, they reckoned not with the men, and to whose hand they delivered the money to be bestowed on the workmen, for they dealt faithfully. Verse 16. The trespass money and sin money was not brought into the house of the Most High. It was the priest.
So Joash didn't sit back and completely make the priest's life difficult. He allowed some of that money to be given to the priest. It was the sin money, the sin vows. It was sin and what?
The trespass money.
And trespass. That money was allowed to keep flowing through the priest. But the real money, it had to go to repairs of the temple, and Joash had to sit back here and stay on top of that. Okay, read on.
Come on, you want that 16?
No, I don't want to go 17. 17 goes into Hazael doing some gangster stuff against the Jews. We'll get into that in a second. Now we're going to go to 2 Chronicles 24 and 7. Yes. 24 and 7 through 16. We'll sit back and weave back into in 2 Kings after a bit. But Second Chronicles, like I explained, when you go on Chronicles deals more with the southern kingdom of Judah. Kings deals with the majority of the northern kingdom, and they don't deal with the south as much. That's how kind of the chapters kind of work out. But let's get verse 7, 24 and 7.
God. 2 Chronicles 24 and verse 7.
2 Chronicles 24 and verse 7.
For the son of Athaliah, that wicked woman, had broken up the house of the Most High, and also all the dedicated things of the house of the Lord, that they bestow upon Baalim.
All the internal things, all the internal trinkets, those snuffers that we just read, the basins, that was they needed to be replaced because she took them out in the first place. Read on.
And at the king's commandment, they made a chest and set it without at the gate of the house of the Lord. And they made a proclamation through Judah and Jerusalem to bring in to the Lord the collection that Moses, the servant of the Most High, laid upon Israel in the wilderness. And all the princes and all the people rejoiced and brought in and cast into the chest until they had made an end.
Mm-hmm.
Now it came to pass that at what time the chest was brought unto the king's office by the hand of the Levites. And when they saw that there was much money, the king's scribe and the high priest officer came and emptied the chest, and took it, and carried it to its place again. Thus they did day by day, and gathered money in abundance.
So they gave the money to the king, dropped the money, and put the case back into the right side of the altar. And they kept doing it to keep stacking the bread. Read on.
And the king and Jehoiada gave it to such as did the work of the service of the house of the Lord, and hired masons and carpenters to repair the house of the Lord, and also such as wrought iron and brass to mend the house of the Lord. So the workmen wrought, and the work was perfected by them. And they set the house of the Most High in his state, and strengthened it. And when they had finished it, they brought the rest of the money before the king and Jehoiada, where and were made vessels of the house, whereof.
Now this isn't talked about in Kings. What they're saying now is, okay, after the structure was set up, then the money that was left, then they sat back here and start working on the details and the trinkets and the little things, the little knickknacks, the spoons, the snuffers, all that stuff. Yes. Keep going.
Whereof were made vessels for the house of the Lord, even vessels to minister, and to offer withal, and spoons, and vessels of gold and silver. And they offered burnt offerings in the house of the Lord continually, all the days of Jehoiada.
Okay, read on.
But Jehoiada waxed old, and was full of days when he died.
Listen, Jehoiada truly would, by the Spirit of the Most High, help sustain the royal seat of the Davidic line. What he did was great, and the Most High rewarded him because of his dedication to the Most High. Look how long this man lived. Read on.
And 130 years old.
This dude lived 130 years. You can sit back and read Psalms 90. You're lucky to live 70. This guy Most High added 60 more years to this man.
Almost twice that. Almost twice.
Almost twice a regular man's age. The Most High really loved Jehoiada. 1. And 2, the Most High gave Joash at least 30 years of Jehoiada's time, attention, and tutelage. Remember we read earlier in 2 Kings that at his 23rd year of being a king is when he started working on the repair of the temple, right? That means he was 30 years old when he began the idea of having to repair and restore the temple, which means he had at least 30 years, longer than that, but at least 30 years of Jehoiada's apprenticeship, teaching, and tutelage. And to the point, we read in 2 Kings that what? He said that as long as Joash had Jehoiada, the priest, instructing him, he did the right thing. So for 30 years, he had Jehoiada giving him counsel, instruction, even teaching him and choosing his wives for him. He did everything the right way to develop Joash and make sure he would sustain honoring the Most High after he died. Right? So now at 130 years old, he dies. Read verse 16.
Now, 2 Chronicles 24 and verse 16. And they buried him in the city of David among the kings, because he had done good in Israel.
They buried a Levite priest amongst the kings. That was honorable. Because what he did, his works, was the works of a king. Him sitting back here and ousting Athaliah, that wicked queen, and sitting back here and having the strength and fortitude to keep it going. Was he perfect? No. Because he was a high priest, and obviously things were going on under his eyes, under his nose, that he wasn't aware of.
But he only had so much control.
God, he only had so much control, and he was flawed. He wasn't perfect. Most of the kings, they were faulted because they didn't sit back here and consistently eradicate the high places. What does that mean? They just weren't consistently on top of all the wickedness and weakness around him. So he wasn't perfect, but for the most part, he gave him 130 years, he did great things in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. That was a pure reward for his dedication. So, now this is when things get kind of like janky, man. Let me see. Before I go into what happens next, I want to read this. Let's go to the Matthew Henry again. 468, Matthew Henry commentary. 468. Okay. And it kind of goes into, here it goes. An account of Joash's good beginnings. It is a happy thing for young people when they are setting out in the world to be under the direction of those that are wise and good and faithful to them, as Joash was under the influence of Jehoiada, during whose time he did that which was right. Let those that are young reckon it is a blessing to have those that will caution them against that which is evil and quicken them to that which is good. Okay? And then it says, and let them reckon if it not a mark of weakness. I mean, it's not weak to follow instruction. It's not weak to follow good examples.
Yeah.
To hearken to such. He that will not be counseled cannot be helped. It is especially prudent for young people to take advice in their marriages. So it was good. Everything he did, this is kind of an explanation of all the good that Jehoiada did for Joash, and the fact that Joash listened. It was a blessing for him to be a good student, follow his father's teaching, follow his the priest's instruction. It was a good thing that happened, right? But then it says, men may go far in the external performances of religion. Men may go far in the external performances of religion. We're going to go into it. Merely by the power of their education and the influence of their friends, who are not actuated by a living principle of grace in their mind. In the outward expression of devotion, it is possible that those who have only a form of godliness may outstrip those who have power of it. Joash is more solicitous and more zealous about the repair of the temple than Jehoiada himself, whom he reproves for his remissness in that manner. What it's saying is this: Joash was checking Jehoiada for not being super zealous on fixing the outward effects of the temple.
Exterior of the temple.
The exterior temple. Now that is a good thing. It is a blessing to sit back and be serious about fixing the outside of the temple. That's important. But what you're going to read back in this next verse, in verse 17, is there's limits to how much you're supposed to focus on the outward giving. Especially since Joash is in the position of power. He was able to sit back here and quickly raise up the money because he was the king. There wasn't really any loss in him making this decision.
No real sacrifice.
There was no real sacrifice. There was no real loss. He had all the means and power to do so. So what I'm saying is, even though it was a good work, it wasn't necessarily a reflection of his devotion to the Heavenly Father. Because his devotion to the Heavenly Father, any man's devotion to the Heavenly Father, is based upon what? Their diligence to honoring him and staying in order with him. People can sit back here and have money and resources and power to make decisions or to take capital from one place to another, but that doesn't make you righteous. That doesn't make you honorable in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. So even though he did a good thing, and the Most High rewarded him for doing his good thing, that good deed doesn't define this man's caliber as a man towards the Heavenly Father. Okay? So, with that being the case, let's continue to read on in Chronicles. So, Chronicles 24 and 17.
2 Chronicles 24 and verse 17. Now after the death of Jehoiada came the princes of Judah and made obeisance to the king.
So listen, now the princes of, after Jehoiada dies, now the princes of Judah come to him. The princes are the what? The movers, the shakers, the money makers,
The nobles.
the nobles. These guys have power too. These guys carry influence. Right or wrong? These princes carry influence. They're approaching Joash, and they're sitting back at, "My lord," they give him obeisance. They bow to him. "My liege, I have a question for you." Right? Read on.
You know,
I'm sorry.
that temple is like a business endeavor.
Come.
And just because you're smart in your business endeavors don't make you righteous.
Yep. It's because you're business. Just because you're business savvy,
Yeah.
and you have an ear to the people on a financial level, and you know how to manipulate them, because that was wisdom. I'm going to manipulate their pride, their ego, and use their ego against them to get the job done, to get the temple done. That action and that wisdom doesn't mean that you're wise in the eyes of the Heavenly Father.
Right. And you care about the most spiritual things.
Con?
Although you have a business
Acumen.
mindset. Yes. Because, you know, like, a lot of people can pride themselves and say, man, you know, I know how to make things happen. I know how to create something. You know, we all have some ability to create something.
I can make $1 out of 15 cents.
Yeah, I've always learned how to flip a nickel and turn water into wine.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we always pride ourselves on that, but that's not what the Most High looks at. It's not because we're business savvy, like you said, does that mean that we care about the most holy or the inward thing. The Most High says require truth in the inward part.
God.
That's more important to the Most High than it is that you know how to sustain yourself financially.
God.
Or you know how to get people to do something for you and manipulate people for a good cause.
Yep.
Or for a charitable cause doesn't make you righteous.
God, no doubt. So now we're here. These princes of Judah made obeisance to the king. Read on.
Then the king hearkened unto them.
So now he's listening to them. Now he's listening to the advances and the communication and the thinking of what these kings, these princes of Judah were into.
Let's find out what they're into.
We're gonna find out what they're into. Read on.
Verse 18.
Matter of fact, do I need to jump and do this now or what? Let me see. Let's keep going.
And they left the house of the Lord power of their fathers, and served groves and idols.
Well, so listen, you know what it means? Listen, he went from following a great man in Christ, in the Most High, I'm sorry.
For 30
a
years.
great man in the Most High for at least 30 years,
Plus.
to following some damn knuckleheads that have influence on the left-hand side.
Political influence.
Remember, we talked about all this ad nauseum when we got to verse 2 in 2 Chronicles 24 and 2. We talked about the importance of, while your leader or your head is there, to get all the information you can, to studying and learning, understand why that leader does what they do. So when it's time for you to sit back here and operate and serve the Most High on your own, you have enough constitution and spiritual backbone to absorb any attacks against your belief and faith. One thing I know for sure is once you're sitting back here, you're out on the pasture, and you got to make decisions for the Most High in Christ, you're going to be immediately attacked, immediately challenged. Your faith is going to get challenged.
Ridiculed.
You're going to get challenged, attacked, questioned. Question if what you're thinking and how you're doing things is the right way.
Yeah.
That's going to happen automatically, especially after your mentor leaves.
Oh, who put you in charge? That's
Exactly.
always the question.
There's always that challenge and check, and the first check is to determine, do you really believe in what you're doing or not? Where are you at in the spirit?
Why should I follow you?
Why should I follow you? And or why should I follow you? Or try this way. This is a better way. Try it this way. Because that's all these princes are doing. They didn't sit back here and attack him and challenge him. They gave him due obeisance. And they offered a different way of life, a different way of looking at things. You should try this, King Joash. I know your master died. I think you should try this now. What do you think about this way of looking at
Here
things?
comes new influence.
Here's a new influence. So are you going to sit back here as a leader, as a man, as an individual, and hold firm to the principles that your leadership taught you?
Hold fast.
Or that your mentor in the spirit taught you? Or are you going to sit back and adapt to the other princes? A prince has what? Influence.
Yep.
Has a voice. Whose voice are you going to listen to? The voice of your mentor or the voice of people who have some type of leverage in this society?
Like Dalia brought out, Customato died. You gonna listen to Don King or you gonna listen to Customato?
Exactly. Or it was Don King with that other guy, that other what's that? What was his other trainer?
Yeah.
And the white guy at?
His other
It wasn't the same guy at?
Yeah, his other trainer was good too.
But he wasn't the same. He wasn't cuss.
Yeah.
And he stopped listening. He was partying and clubbing and listening to Don King.
Yeah.
And his whole career fell apart. Whether it's Customato or whether it's somebody who framed and structured you in how to look at doing things spiritually. Who are you going to sit back here and to choose to model your mentality after? This is what Joash was given the opportunity to do. So the crazy thing is, all of the building of the temple and the restructuring of the temple proved to be hollow because he didn't sit back here and have enough spiritual fortitude to hold on to his teaching and to hold on to his training. You have to do that if you're going to show the Most High that you really believe in what you do. Do you believe in what you were taught and how you were taught or not? And that's based upon, do you listen to other princes and their influences and what they're driving you to do? That's the choice. That's the question every one of us has. Who are you going to sit back here and model your belief system on? What standard are you going to choose to set for what you do for the Most High?
Because you know what? The people under you will suffer.
Everybody's going to suffer based off how you choose to structure your belief system. And as soon as Jehoiada died, his belief system was, not Jehoiada, as soon as Jehoiada died, Joash's belief system was challenged and attacked. Immediately. And then all of a sudden, they were friendly, they were smiling. They sat back and wanted to spend time with him. They gave him suggestions.
That's peer pressure. It's
peer pressure because it's only pressure because you don't really believe in what you have been trained in for 30 years. He really didn't believe. He lived off of Jehoiada's faith. And this is something that we all have to be conscious of. You're supposed to model how you think based off your leadership, but you have to learn how to have faith in what you've been shown. Do you believe what you've been shown? Or are you kind of believing?
They say every man's work should be tried by fire to see what sort it is. Is it precious stone? Is it gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble?
How much do you believe in what you were taught? It's based upon how your works sustain or if your works crumble. You have to believe in what you've been shown. And you have to show some type of fortitude and strength into not budging when people try to push you to soften your stance in situations, just to be lighter on crime, lighter on to deviate in your belief system. You're going to get that your whole life in serving Christ. Whether it's from home, from your wife, whether it's other brothers, whether it's other peers in Christ, you're going to always be pushed to diminish your belief system.
Or the world.
Or the world. He sat back here and went from following a great man to following men who were confident in their way. And he caved in to their belief system. And it caused more further deterioration in the nation. Okay? So, read verse 17 again.
God. 2 Chronicles 24 and verse 17. Now after the death of Jehoiada came the princes of Judah and made obeisance to the king. Then the king hearkened unto them.
Hold on. Now we're going to go back to Matthew Henry. It's hot as hell. Can we cool this thing off, man? Damn. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sweating, man. This is...
I want to bring in one verse real quick.
Yeah, it makes
This is my kind of work.
Read Ecclesiastes chapter 30 real quick. Chapter 30,
train up a son, right?
yeah, train up a son. 1 through 4 real quick.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30 and verse 1. He that loveth his
Just a
son
little bit to cool it off.
causeth him off to feel the rod,
Yeah, you chastise him, you put that rod on him, read on.
that he may have joy of him in the end.
Because you're doing it for a later date. Read on.
He that chasteneth his son shall have joy in him,
Go ahead.
and shall rejoice of him among his acquaintance.
Read on.
He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him.
You have something to be proud of. Read on.
Though his father died,
And that's the point. Though his father died, read on.
yet he is as though he were not dead.
And that's how it should be. Every man should want to carry on the tenets, the discipline, the wisdom, the instruction that they received from their predecessor. So that even though when that predecessor's gone, that my mentor's gone, I still live on through my mentor, because he lives on through me.
Yep.
He lives on through the way I conduct myself. He lives within my mind. So therefore, even though that mentor is gone, that father figure is gone, read on.
God, for he hath left one behind him that is like himself.
Because he left one behind. He left a duplicate copy of himself still to remain and carry out his wishes, or his fundamentals, or his principles.
Yep.
Just wanted to bring that out.
Listen, we're going to go into this Matthew Henry, and it kind of explains how those princes, which are still younger men,
Yeah.
started sitting back here and using that same foundation that he was given from Jehoiada and painted out like it was a curse. It says,
Man, it's almost remind me of Robo listening to his friends.
Yep.
Talking about, I'm gonna scourge you.
my pinky finger is stronger.
Than my father's.
My
long.
dad is.
Yeah, just bad advice. Huh?
Bad advice. So now we go into, it says, bad counselors got about him, insinuated themselves into his affections. That's why I said they paid obeisance to him. Huh? They sat back and won him, and they smiled, and we're buddies now, and we're friends. Okay?
For their benefit.
Exactly. It says, and instead of condoling, congratulate, meaning condolences. Instead of sitting back and saying, I'm sorry that of your loss, you lost a great man. I know he was like a father to you. Instead of doing that, congratulated him upon the death of his old tutor as his release from discipline.
Yep.
Because that's the whole point.
But that's their perspective.
That's their perspective. And then, man, I know you lost your father, but you know what, man? Now you have an opportunity to show who you really are. Because that's the opposite of what you said in Ecclesiastes 30 about that son being an exact reflection of the father. A person that's pushing the contrary angle, they're going to say that your father's instruction and teaching was holding you back. Your father's teaching was crippling you.
Yeah.
Now it's time for you to sit back and come out and be the man you're supposed to be. Now you can live up under his shadow.
Now you're free.
Now you're free.
Just want to read one verse.
I just want to say one part real quick. We read it earlier in Matthew Henry. It says, and let them reckon it not a mark of weakness to hearken to such. A lot of times it's painted that when you follow your leader and you stay in order, that's weakness. It's not weakness to stay in order. No. It's not weakness to follow your teacher and your mentor in Christ. That's not weakness. Yeah. But the princes were pushing to Joash that him following and staying in order with his father figure was weakness. Now it's time for him to sit back here and have an opportunity to be released and be the man he wants to be. What are you going to say?
Job 17:5 real quick. Yeah, because they'll say, well, you got it. Don't you have a brain of your own?
Yeah.
Don't you got a mind of your own? Can't you think for yourself?
Yep.
Why you need somebody to think for you? Read that real quick.
Job 17, verse 5. He that speaketh flattery to his friends.
It said, he that speaketh flattery to his friends. Read on.
Even the eye of his children shall fail.
It said the Most High is going to bring that punishment back on even the one that's speaking flattery. You know what I'm saying? So the Most High is not dealing with somebody, even though they may say, this is my friend, but I'm going to flatter you. I'm not going to tell you the truth. I'm going to flatter you for a purpose. The flattery, there's usually some deception behind the flattery. It says, kisses faithful of the bosom friend. Deceitful. Read that in Proverbs 27:5, right? Or 6. Or 25:7. Which one is it? 27:5? Read that.
Proverbs 27 and verse 5. Open rebuke is better than secret love.
That's why it's better to give somebody some real truth. Read on.
Faithful are the wounds of a friend,
Read on.
but the kisses of an enemy are deceitful.
Read on.
The full soul.
That's it. That's it.
Okay.
So it's showing how that's deceit when somebody's giving you flattery.
Yep.
And so that what they're giving him, and he's not realizing it, he's being deceived by his friends because they hyping him up.
Because all they're saying is what your father taught you, all that discipline, all that commitment, all that seriousness. You don't gotta be that. You don't gotta be that hard.
So
You don't gotta be that serious. You don't gotta be that extreme. Tone it down. Let's kind of operate with you. Your father figure, Jehoiada was cool, but he was kind of like overboard. He was kind of overbearing. He was doing a little too much. You need to sit back and be free and do you.
You know what's so crazy? It wouldn't be no Joash if it wasn't for Jehoiada.
That's the point.
It wouldn't even if it wasn't for his discipline. He wouldn't even survive.
And he wasn't looking at it like that.
He would have been a dead man walking. You know what I'm saying? Or crying. He was a little baby.
You know what the problem is? What you're going to read is Joash had respect. He had more respect for his father than the Most High himself. While his father was alive, or his father figure, because it wasn't his biological father, he had more respect for his father figure than actually learning how to have respect for the Heavenly Father.
Which shows how external he is.
It showed you read it even in the Apocrypha where it says, stop sitting back here and giving all the blessings of the Most High the recognition. Give me the recognition. Stop honoring the sun, the moon, the stars, the water, the rivers. Stop honoring that. Honor me. Listen, he honored Jehoiada, but never learned to honor the Heavenly Father. So all these people coming around him just broke him and wore him down and exposed what his lack of spiritual stability in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. I'm sorry.
Every king had a flaw.
Yep.
And now this was one of his flaws.
And I've seen a lot of men over time, once their mentor leaves the city, leaves the state, goes to the camp, and leaves that other man in charge, all of a sudden their mindset changes. I'm just being honest with you. I've seen it.
Or when the father died in the household, the kids go crazy. The kids go buck wild.
They're not the same guy. They get unstable and they kind of get lost for a period of time.
Yep.
And this is what's happening with Joash. His stability, his anchor left, and he wasn't prepared to lose his anchor. Even though the Most High gave him more than ample time to figure this out.
I got a post right here.
So he was 100 years old when.
At least 100, or maybe in his 90s, late 90s, because we know he had at least 30 years. He could have had 30 plus years of under him.
I got a post real quick. 2 Peter 2:18 through 20.
Second Peter 2:18.
Yeah.
Come.
2
Second
Peter
Peter
2:18 and then cap it off in Philippians 3:7.
I used to like more in, man. Let's see that act. He said, this is one verse. This is one verse.
Come. 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 18. For when they speak great swelling words of vanity,
Extreme speeches, long conversations, intimate talks, words of vanity, meaning it's light and without substance in the eyes of the Most High.
Shallow.
It's shallow in the eyes of the Most High. It might sound spiritual.
Yeah, great. Bro.
It might sound spiritual.
You gotta read verse 17.
come, verse 17. 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 17. These are wells without water.
I'm promising advice. I'm promising substance. I'm promising hydration. A well offers you something.
Yeah.
So I have the appearance of I have something to offer. The
Right.
princes and
See,
nobles.
when you see a well and you thirsty, you thought you made it, man.
Yeah, oh, man.
I made it, man. I made it to the well.
I've been going all this way.
Yeah, I've been traveling a long journey with no water. I finally made it to a well.
Jehoiada's not here no more. Man, I got some more counsel now. I got some more wells over here. I got some I can sip from.
Yep.
I got some I can get some substance from. Read on.
Clouds that are carried with a tempest.
Clouds that are what?
Carried with a
I
tempest.
mean that cloud is being pushed and directed and is being guided by a tempest. It's being guided. The cloud's not staying firm. A cloud is being pushed by just the mere wind of the day,
Yeah.
the doctrine of the day, the culture of the day, the tempest of the day, the spirit of the day, the mind of the day, the political scenario of the day.
He's saying destruction is behind that movement.
Con. They're destructive. Read on.
It says, to whom the mist of the darkness is reserved forever.
The mist of darkness is talking about lack of understanding, lack of knowledge, lack of biblical light. Read on.
Verse 18. For when they speak great swelling words.
But they'll have an opinion. They'll have a direction. They'll have interest in. They have a direction. They have something they want. They have a goal. They come with persuasion. Read.
For when they speak great swelling words of vanity, they allure through the lust of the flesh.
And you know it's vanity because it's about liberty and comfort and freedom and no more discipline.
You don't have to be.
You take it easy, man.
You don't have to be under nobody's authority.
Yeah,
You're free to make decisions.
Yeah.
You're free to make decisions on your own.
They're condescending to your prior wisdom, prior tutelage.
Yep.
Right? They have a condescending tone towards your tutelage. Read on.
Too much wantness.
Too much want is it's about what you want. It's about what we want.
Mm-hmm.
My wants should be your wants, King. Read.
Those that were clean escaped from them who lived in error.
Go back, bro.
Come.
Let's go.
They
Let's keep
allure
it.
through the lust of the flesh.
Okay, go ahead.
Through much wantness.
Just hurry up real quick. We'll get to a certain point. Sorry
Come.
about that.
Those that were clean escaped from them who lived in error.
All right, read on.
Verse 19. While they promised them liberty,
They promised them liberty. That's just the promise. The spirits are always looking to liberate you and free you from discipline. All right, now go to Philippians 3 and 7. So these conversations are about giving you liberty. Read on.
What verse is this?
Philippians 3 and 17.
Come. Philippians 3 verse 17.
Uh-huh.
Brethren, be followers together of me, and mark them which walk so as ye have us for an example.
So we're supposed to, according to the Bible, follow our previous predecessors and the disciplines and the wisdom they're pushing. They're tenets, right? Read on.
Verse 18.
Read on.
For many walk, of whom I have told you often,
Read on.
and now tell you even weeping,
Read on.
that they are the enemies of those cross of Christ.
So they're the enemies of the cross of Christ. How the enemies of the cross of Christ? They're pushing to free you, to liberate you. Liberate you from what? Woman's liberation, men's liberation, sexual liberation. It's all liberation.
Mm-hmm.
Every idea in the political arena is about liberation, and every idea when it comes to Israel deviating is about liberation. Be very constant at liberating concept.
Yep.
No doubt.
And that's why First Peter, you're in Peter, read 1 Peter 3 and
I'm in Philippians. Let me go back.
1 Peter 3 and 1 real quick. You was in Peter a second ago.
1 Peter 3 and 1.
Read that.
Likewise, you wives, be in subjection to your own husband.
That's why even the wife, she's supposed to be subject to who?
Her own husband.
Her own husband. Because if you don't agree with that, you got to be. If you don't agree that you got to be in subjection to your own husband, read on.
That if any obey not the word,
Because that's what the word says. Read on.
they also may without the word be one.
And so you become what? When you come from under the tree that you're supposed to be under, the shade that you're supposed to be under, the protection that you're supposed to be under, when you deviate from that protection that the Most High provided you, he says then you become bait for who? Read on.
They also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wives,
So go ahead.
while they behold your chaste conversation.
And that's why the other wives are going to start influencing you more. So there's always going to be a power struggle and a tug of war for influence. Either you're going to be listening to other women or you're going to be listening to your husband. But which one is it? When you stop following and being obedient, the Most High makes you bait for other types of information
Influences.
and other influence. Same thing with Joash. The minute his father figure dies, he's becoming bait for these other princes.
And they're testing him to see where his fortitude stands, where his belief stands.
Yep. That's why I said that they're supposed to behold your chaste conversation coupled with what? With fear.
coupled with fear.
So they're supposed to see your morality, your decision making, the discretion that you possess, and the fact that you know what, my fear is I don't deviate from what I've been shown. I don't deviate from what I've been trained. That's what Joash should have been showing those princes. I'm not deviating from what my father figure has shown me. Because when you stop following, you become bait to other people putting that influence on you.
Yep.
Same thing with children of parents.
Mm-hmm.
So now you listen to your friends.
Yep.
Now your friends got you dressing all kind of crazy. Now your friends got you wearing things, doing things you never used to do when you listened to your parents.
For y'all high schoolers and middle schoolers, listen.
Well, now your friends have got the power over you, and your parents don't.
Yep.
But my friend said it's okay.
My friend said you're too much. You're too overboard.
You're too overboard.
Because their parents are different.
Because they do. We do sleepovers every weekend.
Nah, bro.
We do lunch. We do lunches, sleepovers.
We hang out on Friday nights. We go out to the games and chill out.
We do that. Yeah, your kids will be in Neverland, bro.
Listen, it ain't Neverland. It ain't gonna do some foul stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm trying to be the spirit. They're gonna be doing all kind of things, right?
Yeah, a whole lot of things.
Because your friends said so.
Yep. You gotta be careful about that.
That's what happens when you stop following the individuals the Most High put you under.
Yep. So now, read verse 17 again.
2 Chronicles 24 and verse 17.
One second, me on. All right, read that.
No. Now after the death of Jehoiada came the princes of Judah and made obeisance to the king. Then the king hearkened unto them.
So they want him. They're making friends. Now they're making a connection. I'm going to read this again. Bad counselors got about him, insinuated themselves into his affections, and instead of condoling, congratulated him upon the death of his old tutor as his release from discipline. They tell him he must be priest-written no longer. He may do as he pleases. And the princes of Judah were industrious to debauch him. His father and grandfather were corrupted by the house of Ahab, from whom no better could be expected. But when the princes of Judah should be seducers to their king, was very sad. And he hearkened to them. Their discourse pleased him, and was more agreeable than Jehoiada's dictates used to be. Because once again, they appeased his flesh versus dealing with his spirit, and he chose the flesh over the spirit.
And this is why the judgment, the premise of judgment versus kingship.
Mm-hmm.
We're dealing with the same premise. Judgment means rulership based on priests and based off morale that's been laid down for thousands of years. Biblical principle. That's judgment. Kingship is based off of just the inclinations of the man on top.
Yep.
Now we're shifting from principle of judgment.
Most high based principles.
So hey,
whatever he felt like.
Your inclination.
Listen, what Jehoiada was teaching was how to please the Heavenly Father.
God.
What these princes of Judah were trying to say is, this is what we're doing to have our fun, and we need to win you. They had to win the king, because the king would give them license to set up their altars and temples freely. And they don't have to be hidden and hide in this place, in this grove. They can go out and freely serve Baal.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's keep reading. Read verse 18.
God. 2 Chronicles 24 and verse 18. And they left the house of the Lord power of their fathers, and served groves and idols. And wrath came upon Judah and Jerusalem for this their trespass.
No, we're going to read this. The apostasy itself, they left the house of the Most High and served groves and idols. First of all, they said they. So it wasn't just the princes. Joash is sitting back here and doing it too. It ain't just the princes. Now he's going into it and serving Baal also.
Easily influenced.
Exactly. So it says, the princes had requests to the king that they may set up groves and idols again, which were thrown down in the beginning of his reign. For they hate to be always confined to the dull, old-fashioned service of the temple. That's neither here nor there. When you're reading these things,
that's the routine, though.
That's the point. When you're reading these kind of commentaries, you take it for a grain of salt. It's giving you little bits and pieces to kind of fill in the concept. But it's not, these commentaries aren't the Bible. It's a reminder.
Well, that's still a strong point, though.
It's a strong point.
It's a strong point because he's saying that the daily routine of serving the Most High gets boring.
Exactly.
And people don't want to keep doing it because when am I going to have fun? That's the whole.
Exactly.
That's the whole concept and premise behind liberty.
Serving the Most High.
Is liberty is when am I going to do something for me?
Because that's where the value of these idols kick in. Because the idols is all about pursuing your desires and your lust, and it's not about serving the Most High and having your life confined to the service of others. The service of all these idols is about doing what you can to sit back here and make your life more comfortable. That is what serving other idols is about. Whereas serving the Most High, it is confining and it's boring and it's same oatmeal every day. It's Groundhog Day.
It's monotonous. I'm getting tired of doing this every day. I didn't sign up for this.
Yeah. So this is what's up. So it says, for they hate to be always confined to the dull, old-fashioned service of the temple. And he not only gave them leave to do it themselves, but he joined with them. So listen, he didn't sit back here and just give them permission to go do what they got to do. He actually did it himself.
Yeah, he said at the end of verse 17, then the king hearkened unto them.
Yeah.
So yeah, he became a follower.
He became a Belite.
Yeah.
Baalite. He was about that life.
Yeah.
So now let's read verse 19.
Yeah.
A boule, he's a boule.
He's black boule like this. I know that was a bad one, but you get it. I was just showing the boule. I know somebody wants to sit back and freeze frame, and I was a bad guy.
Got it.
Listen,
Give me the Willis too. Give me the Willis too.
We're not a part. But let's keep going, man. Come on.
2 Chronicles 24 and verse 19. Yeah, he sent prophets to them.
So now, once he has Joash breaking laws, going left, now the Most High is starting to bring prophets in. Now we're sitting back here. Now I got to reteach the Jews, set up warnings, redirect, reteach the whole nine. Read on.
To bring them again into the Lord.
Uh-huh.
And they testified against them,
Mm-hmm.
but they would not give
So
ear.
now these prophets are being raised up to testify against Joash and this movement that he's being manipulated by and pushed by his princes. They're all following. They're all about it now. Read on. Now check this out. Read on.
And the Spirit of the Most High came upon Zechariah, the son of Jehoiada, the priest, which stood above the people.
So now Zechariah, after Jehoiada died, Zechariah was the one who was the next up to be the priest. So now he's sitting back here, standing up for the people, standing up for what's right. Remember I told y'all earlier to not forget that Jehoiada and his sons were there when Joash got anointed king?
Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't just Jehoiada. It was Jehoiada and his sons. Zechariah is one of his sons. So Zechariah grew up with this dude. Zechariah's priest, he was like a brother to Joash.
Wow.
Zechariah was like a brother, just like Jehoiada was like a father to him. So Zechariah, a brother to him, is sitting back here and teaching the people that what his brother is doing is wrong. Read on.
And said unto them, Thus saith the Most High, Why transgress ye the commandments of the Lord, that ye cannot prosper? Because ye have forsaken the Lord. He hath also forsaken you.
So Zechariah is telling Joash this, and he's telling the people. Listen, you're sitting back here forsaking the Most High. He's going to forsake you. It's only a matter of time.
What's crazy is that Joash was checking his father figure, Jehoiada,
Mm-hmm.
and then Jehoiada's son, Zechariah, is now checking him.
Con. But check out what Joash does when he gets checked about the movement he's pushing behind Baal. Read on.
Verse 21. And they conspired against him.
Who's they?
Joash.
It's Joash and the princes.
Yeah.
It's that gang, Gang's getting them, Gang, whatever you want to say it, Gang, that's what these new boys is doing, Listen, it's that Baal gang. Now they're conspiring how to take out Zechariah, his brother. Read on.
And they conspired against him, and stoned him with stones, at the commandment of the king.
The commandment of the king. Joash said, kill my brother. These guys raised me. Zechariah was family to Joash. He said, thumbs down. Take this man out. I'm loving this Baal life. I'm living my best life. He was living his best life, He sat back here and killed my brother. He just completely went a complete 360 from how he was raised. That's sad, He killed his brother and got him stoned. Read on.
At the commandment of the king.
It's crazy,
in the court of the house of the Lord.
Right, the court. Here we go.
Where you got crowned.
That court's right there. The temple court. Because he was a priest. They killed him right on the priest grounds.
He became a sacrifice.
Yeah, that's some dirtbag stuff, Brother. Listen, they said, and this is what they said. Matthew Henry again. By the conspiracy of the princes, of some of their party, and by the commandment of the king, they stoned him to death immediately, not under color of law, like not lawfully, accusing him as a blasphemer, a traitor, and a false prophet. It's crazy. They said, I don't go into all that. I don't need to do that stuff. But so they called them all. They gave these false accusations because in order to sit back here and for the conspiracy to set forth, you have to sit back and make some accusations to justify killing somebody. This is why lying on a person's name was a direct violation of the Most High. You're not sitting back here saying lies about a person's name. Nah, you're sitting back here and really crossing that line with the Heavenly Father. They made false accusations, they lied on his name, and they killed him based off it. That's what the conspiracy was about. How can we sit back and set him up and kill him? Just like when Jezebel set up Naboth. I got to sit back here and say he spoke against the king to justify stoning him. So they lied on him, they set up a bogus trial, and they killed him in the temple, in the court of the temple. Not the inside, but the court of the temple.
All you need is 2 witnesses.
That's it. To lie on you, to collaborate the story.
Yeah.
2 of these princes, and they did him in. Read verse 22.
Verse 22. Thus Joash the king remembered not the kindness which Jehoiada his father had done to
Listen,
him.
he forgot everything his father did for him. Why would you kill your brother?
Because he's liberated.
Because the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee the scene. You know
Kana.
what I'm saying? They won't abide when unrighteousness come in.
Kana.
When unrighteousness comes in, the spirit of wisdom and the Most High leaves. Because they can't abide in the same place.
Bro, it's a damn shame, man. Listen, he just totally lost all of his discipline to where he killed his mentor's son out for standing up for what's right. Read on.
But slew his son. And when he died, he said, the Lord look upon it and required it.
Listen, Zechariah said, the Lord sees what's happening and he's going to require blood for blood out. You're not going to sit back and skate away with this unscathed. You're going to have, he violated that. This guy's out of damn pocket. So, we're going to hold this and jump to the Josephus. We're going to read paragraph 3. Josephus, book 9, chapter 8, paragraph 3.
Okay, read this real quick. On that point, Ecclesiastes chapter 41. The Ecclesiastes the prophet 41, start at verse 16 real quick.
Ecclesiastes 41 and verse 16. Therefore, be shamefaced.
It says, therefore, be what?
Therefore, be shamefaced.
It's certain things that a person should be ashamed of, man. That you should be ashamed of if you see this or if this is happening. Jump down to verse 17.
Be ashamed of whoredom.
It said, be ashamed of what?
Whoredom.
You should be ashamed of whoredom. Go ahead.
Before father and mother.
Read on. And you doing whoredoms in front of your father and mother. You should be ashamed of that. Read on.
And of a lie before a prince and a mighty man.
And you're lying in front of princes and mighty men. Joash is committing whoredoms by idolatry, and he's lying, putting an innocent man to death with Zechariah. Read on.
Of an offense before a judge and ruler.
And he's bringing an offense before the whole congregation. Read on.
Of iniquity before a congregation and people.
He said he's bringing forth an offense against the whole congregation. He's putting iniquity on the forefront and an unjust killing of a man in front of everybody, in front of the whole congregation.
Yep.
Read on.
Of unjust dealing before thy partner and friend.
And he said you also should be ashamed of what?
Unjust dealing.
Of unjust dealing before who?
Before thy partner and friend.
This man is guilty of all these things.
Kinda.
Every last one of them he's guilty of.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? He should be he had no shame in doing so.
Kinda.
When that's something that you should be ashamed of. This man had no shame in doing none of those things. But we'll let that go.
And he went left. He went really left, bro.
That's Ecclesiastes 41 and 15.
Great verse. That was 16 through 19, right?
Yeah. 15
No.
16 through 19.
Yeah. Or 18.
18.
18. Yeah. Just gonna change that last one. Yeah. So let's read the Josephus.
God. The Antiquities of the Jews, book 9, chapter 8, paragraph 3, line 166. But as soon as he was dead, which was when he had lived 130 years,
This is Jehoiada. Read on.
having been a righteous and in every respect a very good man, was buried in the king's sepulchres at Jerusalem, because he had recovered the kingdom to the family of David. King Joash betrayed his want of care about the Most High, the principal men of the people were corrupted also together with him, and offended against their duty, and what their constitution determined to be the most for their good.
And they wanted to sit back here and do what was best for them. That's why they left the Most High. That's why most people leave the Most High. Some people leave the work. I gotta do what's good for me.
I'm confused.
You know, I'm okay
I'm
with.
confused.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what to do.
The confusion is I can't get what I want and get the Most High what He wants. That's the confusion. So, you know, if I'm confused about what giving the Most High this and me getting me, I'm going to do me. That's why people leave the Most High. That's why people leave the work. I got to do what's good for me. And obviously, Joash felt that serving the Most High at the level and dedication Jehoiada was doing wasn't good for him. I got to do something for me. This isn't good enough. I know my dad did this, but I got to do what's good for me. And what's good for me, I got to live my life. I got to live my life.
I gotta pull one thing real quick.
It's crazy.
2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 9.
That's
Really
crazy.
verse 8.
2 Timothy.
Chapter what?
4
verse 8. Kind of short.
Come. 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 8.
Man, this is crazy.
Henceforth there is laid up for men a crown of righteousness.
So henceforth is laid up for me a crown of righteousness. This is after he said, he fought the good fight, I have finished my course, I have kept the faith. This is Paul speaking. Read.
Which the Most High, the righteous judge, shall give me at that day.
Read on.
And not to me only, but unto all them also that love his appearing.
So a crown of righteousness is for all those that love his appearing. Let's find out how people show their love of Christ appearing. Read on.
Do thy diligence to come shortly unto me.
So we have to maintain the spirit of diligence. Maintain our spirit of being active, focused, changing in every way possible to show Christ that we're keeping ourselves occupied in righteousness and taking steps forward. So when he comes, blessed is that servant whom his Lord shall find so what? Doing. Read on.
Come.
Verse 10.
Verse 10. For Demas hath forsaken me.
What did Demas do?
Forsaken me.
Demas forsook the work. Read on.
Having loved this present world.
Having done what?
Love this present world.
He loved this present world by doing what? Read.
And is departed unto Thessalonica.
So all this is showing is that one of Paul's partners said, "Hey, man, I know this Christ thing is real and this Bible thing is good.
Awesome.
And I like, you taught me a lot, man. But I gotta go back to Thessalonica because there's a lot of things.
It's popping in Thessalonica.
So what you're saying is whether it's Baal worship or just the love of your life, the love, the things you find in your life is most I look at it the same way.
Yeah.
It's not just Baal he had beef with. It was the fact that people chose what they wanted to do over the service of the Most High is what the Most High had the problem with. That's what that was a good verse.
Still equivalent to Baal.
And that's my point. It doesn't just be Baal. It's I want to do what I want to do versus commit myself to the life of serving the Lord. That's the problem. Because listen, Joseph doesn't say anything about Baal when it was talking about Joash going left. Listen, he said what? The principal men of the people were corrupted also with him and offended against their duty and what their constitution determined to be most for their good. Them doing what's best for them was more important than the service of the Most High. And that was where it went wrong. And that was why the Most had to send prophets and teachers to prophesy against their conduct.
Having loved this world.
Because Israel's the king of pushing what they want to do. I'm sorry, you're
No, I just say that there's the same self-preservation as the first law of man.
Huh?
Is I gotta look out for me. I gotta make sure that I'm taken care of.
Huh?
Well, I got something in spirit and metaphysical.
Spirit?
Yeah.
What does it say, real quick?
It says the Holy Spirit is not all being nor the fullness of Christ, but an emanation or breath sent forth to do a definite work. Thus circumscribed, it may, in a sense, be said to take on the characteristics of personality, a personality transcending in its capacity the content of the intellectual man.
I got lost on that, but just know when you look at that Holy Spirit, it's just the true Spirit. It's just the true spirit where you're supposed to be
Is
in.
there something you wanted to highlight in that and bring out?
It's just that being in the spirit, it transcends. It means it surpasses that the concept of the intellectual man. You go into the world, you want to do your own
Okay,
thing.
the intellectual. I get
Okay.
that. Yes.
I got you.
Because the intellectual man, there's a wisdom that's greater than this. There's a better way to do this. There's a better way to sit back and accomplish what I want in my life without being bogged down with these day-to-day
I have
service.
all these other skills, because that's what the intellectual man represents.
Yep.
I have other skills.
I have options.
I have options. I got skills that I can pursue to make my life better.
Yep.
That can enhance my life.
Huh. And that's where
It don't gotta be this hard.
It doesn't have to. It
That's what
boils
it's
to
saying,
that.
huh?
It doesn't have to be this. That is the interpretation there. All those fancy words in there. It ain't gotta be this damn hard.
Hey, listen.
It has to be easier
What
than
he's saying
this.
is true, and people get real smart when it comes to getting out of hard work. Oh man, that's the other wisdom. I got a new invention. I've invented. Wait, listen, we invented the cotton gin because them thorns was on fire.
That's
So
how you know the white man didn't make no cotton gin.
Yeah, white man
Exactly.
couldn't invent the
He
cotton
wasn't picking
gin.
no cotton. Huh?
He's like, listen, this got to be a better way than this. There's got to be a better way. I invented the cotton gin. That's what we do as a nation.
Oh my
It's really, really hard. Let's make an easier path. But the problem is it goes back to that person's intellect. What they think is the easier path now based off their tenets, the tenets of their eldership.
But there's certain things you can't run from. Certain things you can't make easier at. Anyway, so we're good on this, right? Continuing to Josephus.
The Antiquities of the Jews, Book 9, Chapter 8, Paragraph 3 in the middle. Hereupon, the Most High was displeased with the change that was made on the king and on the rest of the people, and sent prophets to testify to them what their actions were, and to bring them to leave out their wickedness. But they had gotten such a strong affection.
And they got strong in it. They got bold in it. Read on.
They have a passion.
They had a passion about this new endeavor.
Not your passion for the Most High. Well, we're supposed to be gathering the Most High's passions.
Yep.
They were gathering
Their own passion.
their own passions.
Let's continue.
And so violent an inclination to it, that neither could the examples of those that had offered affronts to the laws and had been so severely punished, they and their entire families, nor could the fear of what the prophets now foretold bring to them to repentance.
He says, all the stories of when Israel wasn't listening and all the stories of Israel falling because of the wickedness wasn't going to change their mind. All the prophets warning them wasn't going to change their mind. Read on.
And turn them back from their course of transgression.
The course of transgression to their former duty.
And turn their course of transgression to their former duty. But the king commanded that Zechariah, the son of the high priest Jehoiada, should be stoned to death in the temple, and forgot the kindness he had received from his father. For when the Most High had appointed him to prophesy, he stood in the midst of the multitude and gave this counsel to them and to the king, that they should act righteously, and foretold to them that if they would not hearken to his admonitions, they should suffer a heavy punishment. But as Zechariah was ready to die, he appealed to the Most High as a witness of what he suffered for the good counsel he had given to them, and how he perished after a most severe and violent manner for the good deeds his father had done to Joash.
Damn, man.
That's what you got in return.
But doing what's right at.
Yeah. But you know, it shows you that the minds of these men were so bent that they weren't going to repent.
Nope.
There was no repentance.
No turning back.
No turning back. There's no. You had your head up, top part.
Con, I just wanted to pull something to go right along with the topic.
What's that?
Acts chapter 7 and verse 51.
About Stephen.
Mm-hmm.
Ye stiff-necked and uncircumcised in heart and ears, ye do always resist the Holy Ghost. As your fathers did, so do ye. And we knowing that the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit being the word of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 52, which of the prophets have your fathers persecuted? Which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted? And they have slain them, which shewed before of the coming of the just one, of whom ye have been now the betrayers and murderers.
Yeah.
Who have received the law by the dispensation of angels, and have not kept it. When they heard these things, they were cut to their heart, and they gnashed on him with their teeth. This is Stephen.
Yeah, they didn't like it, bro.
Verse 55. But he, being full of the Holy Ghost, looked up steadfastly unto heaven, and saw the glory of the Most High, and Yahushua standing on the right hand of the Most High, and said, Behold, I see the heavens open, and the Son of Man standing on the right hand of Yahweh. Then they cried out with a loud voice, and stopped their ears, and ran upon him with one
They didn't want to hear it, huh?
and cast him out of the city, and stoned him. And the witnesses laid down their clothes at a young man's feet, whose name was Saul. So this is just the reoccurrence of what we're reading about in Chronicles.
Huh?
It's the same thing.
Israel don't want to hear the truth. They want to sit back and the mob mentality is out, huh?
Yeah. I'd rather stone, as Scripture say, I might become your enemy because I tell you the truth.
Kinda.
You know, I'd rather stone you than me change.
Yeah.
I'd rather eliminate the person that's forcing me to change so I don't have to change.
That makes me look, it really is, the guy that's making me look bad, get him out of here, Ak.
And that's why he said you was of your father the devil.
It's true.
You know what I'm saying? Cain being the first, he said he was a murderer from the beginning. And that mentality started in Cain. I'm going to eliminate the man that makes me look bad.
Yep.
So I'm just going to just put him to death, remove him so I don't got to change. Because the concept of change, the concept of repentance or making right with the Most High is not in me. So I'm fully set in my heart to do evil.
Huh?
Fully set.
Fully set.
Man, so we finished the third paragraph of Josephus. Let's go now into, let's see. There's a couple more verses. We don't have them that much. Let's go 2 Kings 12 and 17 and 18.
12 and 17, you said?
12 and 17 and 18.
2 Kings chapter 12.
I know y'all gotta get out of here real quick, so we shouldn't be much longer, okay? Read that. 12 and 17, sir.
God. 2 Kings chapter 12, verse 17. Then Hazael, king of Syria, went up.
So now, what's happening is Hazael's been whipping up on the whole eastern side of Jordan. Gad, Reuben, east of Manasseh, the half tribe of Manasseh, they all getting wiped out. We read that earlier in the reading. So now, Hazael's starting to sit back and set his sights south. Gath was an old city, one of the 5 top cities of the Philistines years ago. Remember that? David sat back here, though, and took over Gath. Remember, that was David's land when he was running from Saul. He took over Gath, and Gath was at this time a province of Judea. So now Hazael sit back here and is taking over the outward cities of Judah now. So read verse 17 again.
God. Then Hazael, king of Syria, went up and fought against Gath and took it.
And that was Israel living in Gath. That wasn't just Philistines. Read on.
And Hazael set his face to go up to Jerusalem.
That's why he was so focused and filled he could take out Jerusalem, because he was already taking out Judean towns. Continue.
And Joash, king of Judah.
Now Joash, knowing that Hazael is whipping up on tribes left and right, now he's panicking. He's sinning. He's weak. His alibi ain't matching up. Stop. His BS is catching up.
Come.
Listen, he knows it's time to get him now. So Hazael's about to take over Jerusalem. Read on.
And Joash, king of Judah, took all the hollow things that Jehoshaphat and Jehoram and Ahaziah, his father, king of Judah, had dedicated.
So all that work he put into improving on the trinkets and the insides of the temple, he gave up all the gold, all the money, all the riches.
It's for naught.
Anything of value, he did. It was for naught. All that exterior building of the temple went for naught at this particular point. Because now you got to take all the gold, all the things of value, take it out of the temple, and give it to Hazael to back him off of him, so he doesn't sit back and take over the temple.
And this is the contrast between.
Or take over Jerusalem.
This is the contrast of external religious worship versus maintaining internal spiritual foundation and being fortified internally.
Huh?
He broke internally, and so all his work was for nothing.
Yep. He got exposed internally. So all that outward work he did got exposed. So read on.
And his own hollow things, and all the gold that was found in the treasures of the house of the Most High, and in the king's house, and sent it to Hazael, the king of Syria. And he went away from Jerusalem.
He took the bread. But that was the Most High something to break down, and he rolled Jerusalem too. He took all the gold, they were stripped bare, they were broken again. It reminds us back into how, what it was Judges.
Yeah.
Remember how Judges said, we would sit back here, we got comfortable, we had our land, we're smiling, we
Our
got
boys
reckless.
started to get-
And then all these foreign nations kept stealing us, from robbing and taking all our gold and all our value. Then we're broke again. Then we ask the Most High to get right, then we get rich again. Then we get comfortable, we start breaking the law again, then we're broke again. It sounded like the olden days and our days right now. Okay, read on.
Verse 19. And the rest of the acts.
No, I don't want 19. I'm good.
Okay.
It was 17 and 18.
Okay.
Now we're going to jump to 2 Chronicles 24, verse 24 through 27. No, 20. I think it's 24. Let me see. No, let's go 23. Let's go 23. Because I messed up on my form. It is 23 because it's Syrian. Read that.
2 Chronicles 24 and verse 23. And it came to pass at the end of the year that the host of Syria came up against him, and they came to Judah and Jerusalem, and destroyed all the princes of the people from among the people, and sent all the spoil of them unto the king of Damascus.
So listen, this gives a little bit more detail than what 2 Kings gave. It says the princes got killed. Those same princes that was sitting back here and pushing Joash to sinning, they got killed, and all that spoil went to the king of Damascus. We know Joash emptied all of his riches out and all the temple's riches and gave it to King Hazael. And now the other book talks about Hazael. This one just says the king of Syria, but it's the same situation. So these princes got wiped out. All the gold got taken out of the reserves. Read on.
Verse 24. For the army of the Syrians came with a small company of
It was
men.
crazy. They didn't even come large, man. They came with a handful of fighters. They didn't even sit back and besiege the entire city like they used to do against Samaria in the northern kingdom. They came with lighter numbers, a few warriors, and they still caved.
Because the nations know that when Israel is violating the laws of
Yep.
laws and commandments of the Most High's presence is no longer with them. And that's how they're vulnerable to be overthrown anyway.
Kinda.
But the nations know all you got to do is get Israel to violate, and the Most High removes his protection.
And then they're weak.
And they're weak.
The numbers didn't even constitute Joash giving up all his riches. The numbers were small. And they still caved in, huh? But that's what he gets. Read on.
Verse 24. For the army of the Syrians came with a small company of men, and the Lord delivered a very great host into their hands.
So that means they actually did some fighting leading up to the appearance of going to Jerusalem. And they were wiping out larger companies of Israelites because we weren't following the Most High's laws and commandments. Read on.
Because they had forsaken the Lord power of their fathers. So they executed judgment against Joash.
So yeah, exactly.
That's how it be when one police officer shake a whole block.
Yep.
Whole neighborhood to be scattered and running like roaches. When one female cop show up.
Yep. Yeah, and the whole hood's broken
The
out.
whole hood just scattered, jumping
Somebody's
fences, running in alleys and hitting the road, bro.
It's the
Jumping
truth.
fences up.
It's the truth, right?
Because the Most High is not protecting, bro.
Yep. When you won't break the law, you break the law.
And it says Deuteronomy says,
Yep.
thou shalt run the shaking of a leaf.
A shaking of a leaf.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Perfect.
Verse 25. And when they were departed from him, but he left them in a great diseases.
So listen, he says when they were departed from him, when the Syrian Empire left, what ends up happening is he was mentally shook up. Huh? He was mentally and physically shook from the endeavor. You're going to read in Josephus that this guy he ended up having distemper of the mind. He went crazy after that small pack of Syrian warriors took him out.
Yeah, real.
He got shook, huh? He got mentally shook and
shot.
physically diseased, huh?
PTSD, huh?
Yes, he had PTSD, huh? It's the truth. Now hold
I gotta
this.
pull scripture real quick.
Okay,
real
we're
fast.
gonna pull scripture.
I'm not gonna hold it all day. Ecclesiastes 25 and 13.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 25, verse 13. Give me any plague but the plague of the heart.
No
I
doubt.
mean, any plague, any problem. I could do all kind of other problems. than a distemper. How you say it?
Distemper.
A distemper. Any plague but a psychological distemper. Because you gotta deal with that 24 hours a day. It's not going anywhere.
You can't run from your own mind.
You can't run from your mind. You gotta live in your head. That was it.
Good. Let's get Josephus paragraph 4. Then we're going to finish up in the scriptures and read it out.
God. Book 9, the Antiquities of the Jews, Book 9, chapter 8, paragraph 4. However, it was not long before the king suffered punishment for his transgressions. For when Hazael, king of Syria, made an eruption into his country, and when he had overthrown Gath and spoiled it, he had made an expedition against Jerusalem, upon which Jehoash was afraid, and emptied all the treasures of the Most High, and the kings before him, and took down the gifts that had been dedicated in the temple, and sent them to the king of Syria, and procured so much by them that he was not besieged.
He gave him so much, it satiated Hazael's desire to get something. That means he gave everything up for the king to say, okay, this is enough. We won. Read on.
Nor his kingdom quite in danger. But Hazael was induced by the greatness of the sum of money not to bring his army against Jerusalem. Yet Jehoash fell into a severe distemper and was set upon his friends.
It all changed overnight.
So listen, all of a sudden he had a mental disorder, mental and physical. It goes into different commentaries. It was mental and physical, or just mental. Whatever the hell is, it's a mental distemper.
A distemper is a sickness. It could be of the mind or the body.
That's what I'm saying. It could be either way.
What's the psychosomatic?
Or if he just has either a physical issue or a mental issue. So he's sitting back here all messed up in his quarters. Okay, read on.
Now, in order to revenge the death of Zechariah, the son of Jehoiada, these lay snares for the king and slew him.
So listen, now all of a sudden the tables are turned. Everybody's broke. The city's in disarray. The city's in confusion. Joash is coming off weak as hell.
Yeah.
Broken and weak. Now everybody wants to be righteous. Zechariah was killed unfairly. Now let's kill him. They could have did this a long time ago.
Yep.
But you know what? When that negative person's leadership ain't working and you're losing, and the leadership and all of a sudden morale is down, now you got people want to sit back and set up coups. This is why it's best to stay in order and let the Most High keep protecting you. He was out of order. Everybody lost money. Everybody's riches got taken. Everybody's back down to zero again. So now we're going to fight for justice. We're going to eliminate Joash because he killed Zechariah. So now there's a conspiracy. Now they conspired against him like he conspired against Zechariah.
It ain't fun now.
Now he's getting killed.
You know, it's crazy. Joash's life work, some of his most outstanding moments was to build the temple up.
Yep.
And at his deathbed, the temple got ransacked.
Yep.
And destroyed. He threw away his whole life's work.
He threw away his whole life's work because his life work was just outward. It was not inward. That's why it didn't last. His life's work didn't last because it was just about doing the outward work and not the inward work. That's why it's so important. If our work's going to last, it's got to be about that inward work and fixing what's inside of you. You fix what's inside of you, you can impact more people on a greater level anyway.
Yep.
And that's what this is all about. Okay?
One was a Jew inwardly.
And not just outwardly. So read that part again where it says, yet Joash fell into severe distemper in the Josephus.
Yeah. It says, yet Joash fell into severe distemper and was set upon by his friends in order to revenge the death of Zechariah, the son of Jehoiada. These laid snares for the king.
And we read earlier that the other princes were killed in these wars. So all of his backup was gone too. He had nobody supporting him at this point.
The persuaders.
Those princes got killed. Those princes got killed. We read that in Kings. Okay? Read on.
He was indeed buried in Jerusalem.
No, we read that in Chronicles verse 23, that the princes of the people from among the people were destroyed. Okay? So now read that on in Josephus.
He was indeed buried in Jerusalem, but not in the royal sepulchres of his forefathers.
Because he didn't deserve to be treated like royalty. He was a regular degular Israelite in Jerusalem. We're going to put you with the regular dudes, because his works didn't merit being put around the kings, the real true kings of Judah. Read on.
Because of his impiety, he lived 47 years And Amaziah, his son, succeeded him in the kingdom.
That means he sat back and really was only in power for 17 years of left-hand servitude. He was, for 30 years, he was on point. Oh, I'm sorry, no, 30. There was 23 years. 23 years he was on point. And 17 years he was off. That's why. So let that verse go and finish up in Chronicles. Give me 24 and 25 now.
2 Chronicles, chapter 24 and verse 25. Ready?
Yep.
And when they were departed from him, for they left him in great diseases, his own servants conspired against him for the blood of the sons of Jehoiada and the priests, and slew him on his bed.
The priest.
It's like of Jehoiada the priest, and slew him on his bed, and he died. And they buried him in the city of David.
Crazy.
But they buried him not.
That's a crazy death. Just imagine.
Well, it was a dishonorable death because he operated dishonorably.
Wow.
Read on.
And they buried him not in the sepulchres of the kings. And these are they that conspired against him: Zabad, the son of Shemath, and Amorites.
And so an Ammonite took him out of that? That's crazy. Read on. I missed this one. Read on.
And Jehozabad, the son of Shemith, a Moabitess.
Wait, so two ladies got him, huh?
Yeah.
Two gals got him, huh? You were sitting back here in the bed with these gals, huh? And they wouldn't killed you, huh?
That's the hell of a death.
That's crazy. That's a horrible death, huh? Wow, they set him up, huh? That was a setup, huh? I missed that, huh? I like Moabite test. I like, oh, he got him.
That's a disgrace, huh?
Golly, Moab and Ammon, huh? They got him. They brought two ladies in there, man. Ladies of the night out, ladies of the evening, and they took him out, huh?
The blood skirting out.
That's crazy, bro.
Blood everywhere. I'm just saying, you can imagine that death.
Wow, bro, I missed that. I missed that part.
Man eaters, huh?
Yeah, got him,
bro. Wow, bro. Listen. He was mentally crazy. But he wasn't crazy enough to play around, I guess, huh?
Yeah, he
it wasn't that crazy.
But you know, he had bad
they caught him slipping though.
He had bad friends all around.
They caught him slipping.
Bad advice and bad relationships.
I never read about it, but a king getting taken out by some women, huh?
That's the second time though, because remember
I remember.
It was the sister put the.
No, she threw the rock on him over him. Yeah, the stone.
Yeah.
Yes, it was
that's
the
why
stone.
It was a disgrace from.
Yeah. It was a stone.
He fall upon my sword. So
I can't do this.
That,
but see, she just badly injured him.
Yeah.
These chicks killed him, man. It's crazy, huh? Continue, huh? That's amazing, huh?
Yeah. Or Judith killed that king.
Yeah.
Cut off his head.
Yeah, Judith. But I'm talking about an Israelite.
Yeah.
I'm talking about an Israelite getting caught slipping like that, huh?
Yeah.
That's disgraceful.
It's a bad death.
The Moabitess got me. I'm dead.
Don't bury him with those brothers.
Nah, he died disgraceful. You had to just take this guy out somewhere else, huh? Read on now, verse 27.
Verse 27. Now concerning his sons, and the greatness of the burdens laid upon him, and the repairing of the house of the Most High, behold, they are written in the story of the book of the Kings. And Amaziah his son reigned in his stead.
And that's where we're gonna sit back here, and we're gonna leave it at that, man. Are there any questions? Matter of fact, let me see. Yeah, we're gonna leave it at. Let me see. Hold on a second.
Lots of kids, lots of kids got him.
Lucy Lou got it.
Yeah.
Lucy Lou got it. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, ni hao ma. Ni cha sha mi su. Yeah, Chinese got him.
All right. Are there any other questions, Joe? No other questions? Because see, verse 21 in Kings 12, I guess they say two different men killed him. So the men probably hired the women to get it done. If you're gonna put it together.
It was a hit.
It was a hit. It was a hit.
That going down Chicago,
Bad day, bro. That happens all the time, man.
It's Mona Lisa.
Mona Lisa.
Oh, that's funny. That's Mona Lisa.
That's crazy. Any other questions, Joe? Comments? We're gonna sit back and send these prayers up, and go from there. All right? Amajim, Uponya, Yirah Shalom. No problem, y'all. Throughout for tuning in. We're gonna see these prayers up, and we'll be back at it on Monday. Yahweh, in the name Yahweh Shai, please listen to us right now. Send Mike Allah and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Birthday Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua. Birthday Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua. Hahawa. Nothing
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Birthday Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Birthday Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa. Nothing
Lara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Birthday Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Birthday Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Birthday Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Birthday Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Shaman, Zayad, Lamashad, Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalm 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp. With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh. How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire on my enemies. And my ear shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. There is no unrighteousness in him. B'Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133. Shayor, Ama'awa, La Duwa, Hana, Ma, Tawa, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gam, Yachan, Kashemaz, Atawa, Ayo. Hara'ash, Yerad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharon, Shayarad, Ayo, Hayah, Manawaf Yawah, Kator, Karamwan, Shayarad, Ayo, Haroya, Zayawan, Hayah, Shom, Tazawah, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayaya, Haballah, Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirt of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen.
Yabaraki Yahweh,
Yabaraki Yahweh,
Wayashamarka, Ya'ar Yahweh, Panya, Aliyaka, Wayachanka, Yasha'ar Yahweh, Panyawa, Aliyaka, Wayashamlaka, Shalom, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua, Shamar, Ayo, Barak, Vahawam, Rapah, Vahawam, Kazak, Vahawam, Izar, Vahawam, Magan, Vahawam, Samak, Vahawam, the water, the Yah, Aman. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Ba'achneu, Ba'ashronim, Ba'biyot, Support, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Ba'achneu, Ba'ashronim, Ba'biyot, Support, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Ba'achneu, Ba'ashronim, Ba'biyot, Support, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Ba'achneu, Ba'ashronim, Ba'biyot, Support. Work they hope. Work they home shot. Work they hope. Work they home shot. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all mercy, all healing, all power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. Ba'ashem, Yahushua, the water, the Yah, Aman. Circle up.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushua, Yahweh Yasharala, and Israel, Amadu. Right? Yahweh, stop. And for sisters can stand.
Watch your feet, yo.
Saluting out in the daughters of Zion, and Israel, Amadu. Right?
Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Fall up. See y'all on Monday, y'all. The water for tuning in. Shalom.